Commission to try and review a number of cases. And Lynn has given me the names of everyone that's here, but essentially we have pretty much everyone here except maybe one person that couldn't make it. I don't know who is the head. Is that Jack Rody?
Mike Martinez down at the end is our chair. You want to wave to everybody? I think everybody knows.
Howdy?
Bear County.
Okay. Well, I'm not sure exactly what we want to start off with, but I'll turn it over to the Hammer Crosby group, and if you have any questions, I know a number of us are here to try and help you with some answers.
I can help out Mike if you want. If you want to just come over and sit there, and then we can roll through it. So basically, just to give a synopsis of what's happened, the team has met, they meet about every other month at DPS in
Right.
Austin. And the first task was to collect all of the spreadsheets that were submitted to the commission by all of the labs in Texas that performed hair microscopy at any point in their history. So those cases date back into, what was the latest one, like the late 60s? I mean, early 70s. They really went back into their records to pull cases. And what we had asked them to do was a subsampling approach where they provided 10 cases chronologically per decade to the commission, and then we would just start looking at them. From that point, we narrowed some labs, in particular the state DPS lab, gave us actual laboratory reports. So, and other labs gave us spreadsheets with the key excerpts from their reports or the conclusions about whether there was a positive probative association. So what we're trying to do as a first step, we divided up into two teams, and the teams are reviewing those cases to identify only those with positive probative associations. We included anything, I think the teams included any cases where they knew there was a positive probative association or where they couldn't tell, either because the lab report just didn't have enough information to make that determination. That's usually the situation, is that, hairs would come in and there was an association made, but looking at the report, you can't tell, and it may be that the lab never knew whether that association linked any criminal defendant in any way to the crime scene. So I think we kept those cases in there because we need further information on the criminal case. Sometimes we didn't even have the defendant names. So those cases are a little bit challenging, but for a lot of them we did know. So the teams are divided up. Essentially, there's the team reviewing all of DPS, and then the team reviewing every other lab, because DPS has got, right now, 13 regional crime labs, and I think probably 10 or 11 of them at some point did hair microscopy. Some of them did it at a much, had many more cases than others. Some of them only did it for a few years and then shifted to Austin. But the bottom line is that we ended up with about 130 cases on each side that are definitely positive probative. Not too long ago, the Inspector General for the Department of Justice came out with a pretty scathing report about the FBI's similar review of hair cases, where they cited some delays in the FBI process that allegedly meant that death row cases were not prioritized, and that cases that were waiting to be reviewed hadn't gotten reviewed while people were approaching their execution dates and so forth. So learning from that report, we wanted to make sure that we did not do the same thing. So what we did was we moved the current death row inmates up to the front of the line. I checked with the Office of Capital Writs, which is our neighbor, to make sure that none of them are what's called on the brink, meaning that they have a date set or they are done with their appeals to the point where they could have a date set at any moment, and none of these are in that situation. However, we don't know at any moment that could change if you get a court decision back from an appellate court, so we wanted to move them quickly. The advantage to doing that, thank you to the Court of Criminal Appeals for giving us access to their files so we could get all of the transcripts, but they're very, and also to the counsel who represent these folks because they provided some of the transcripts. I called all of the DAs and all of the counsel for all of these folks and told them that the commission was doing this process and that we were reviewing these cases. But that it did not mean anything, it just meant that we were reviewing the cases and that ultimately we would let them know the outcome. The upside to doing those reviews first, and I think the team would agree with this, is it sort of gave us a window into some of the interpretive issues that are likely to come up in the course of looking at these cases over time. So there are some issues that I think we wanted to get the commission's feel for and the panel's feel for in particular, but it looks like we have the entire commission that's going to be here today is here, so that's good. I think that we also, or the team, had some questions for Dr. Eisenberg in particular about mitochondrial DNA, how it's changed over time, and to what extent the technology has become more precise, if at all, since, say, the early 90s, and also to what extent the database of information or people who've been put into that database, to what extent that has expanded.
Right.
Even if the technology hasn't gotten, I know when I had talked to someone at UNT Health Science Center, I'm not sure the technology has changed all that much, but I do think the database...
Still in the process of changing, but it hasn't really completely evolved. I mean, we're not using next generation sequencing, we're still doing conventional sequencing. However, it's available and we can look at certain areas if we needed to.
So, I think what then ended up happening was, based on our positive probative results, we're starting to collect transcripts. The first thing we did was we took a sample list, and Bob Wyckoff, who's here from the Harris County Public Defender's Office, he's the chief of the appellate division there, he was able to identify some cases that were recognizable, that we knew transcripts existed. So transcripts, it may sound like an easy thing to get transcripts, but it's not always the case. The way things work, and the lawyers here could explain it much better than me, but sometimes you have to do a little bit of hunting to figure out where the copy of the transcript is, and they can be very expensive depending on who you're talking to. If the transcripts reside in the Court of Criminal Appeals, we have access to them thanks to Judge Hervey. If they reside in other appellate courts, I think it's just going to vary depending where you are, whether we're going to be able to access them at low cost or whether they're going to charge. Or I want to, before I keep going, actually, just to introduce everybody. So you guys know Nick Bilbos because he comes to all of our meetings from IPOT, Bob Wyckoff from Harris County, Deborah Lynn from Pasadena, who's a hair microscopist for many years, Jack Brody, who's the elected DA from Galveston. Well, you guys know Sarah. We have Baldwin Chin from, also from the Harris County DA. And so our hair microscopy team consists of Nick, Bob, Mike, Deborah, Jack, Baldwin, Melissa Valadez from DPS, who apologizes for not being here, but her daughter had an awards ceremony this morning she needed to be at. And then Phil Aviles from the Fort Worth PD was on the team, but he has too many obligations at the lab. He asked if he could be replaced. So I went back and looked at the list of who the TACLIT had recommended, and the next person was Sandy Parent, also from DPS. So we should make a suggestion to add her. But that's the full group, and they've been doing incredible work. Mike, do you want to go through these cases first and then talk about the mitochondrial questions, or just jump right into the science?
Yeah, the mitochondrial questions we're kind of curious about, and that was, we were wondering if some of these cases that we were reviewing, if it is possible, because they're older cases, and mitochondrial had already been done on it, let's say in the late 90s.
Right.
Could you go back and is it worth plugging this scientific information back into the databases now that they're updated and more efficient?
Okay.
Can that be done? Does that make
Yes.
sense?
Well, first of all, we have to look at each case. Depends on what's available. If there are other hairs, or if there's an attacked hair, all we need is really a hair potentially that we could get mitochondrial DNA from. That's the only limitation. If it's all been used up, if there are any extracts, our lab doesn't like to work with samples that have been previously tested by other labs, only because not that they don't trust, but mitochondrial DNA is very prone to contamination. So they would prefer to be able to start with a sample that is relatively pristine. And whatever is there, they can work with it. We have Amy Smuts is probably our lead hair examiner. She does the majority of all our mito cases. And we don't get any money from the state, but because of federal funds that will become available, I'm very sure with gentle persuasion, I could talk the technical lead at Christina Kapp into taking as many of these cases as you have for us to look at. The money is backlog capacity enhancement money from the federal government. It's for older cases, and I think this is a perfect example of what it should be used for. So I'm waiting to talk with Dennis Lockerman. The state gives the federal government gives the state X numbers of dollars. So this year it's about $6 million plus. And I don't know how they're going to figure it out, but we will qualify for a certain amount of money. But I just think that this is a perfect example of what that money should be used for. It's for the whole state. It's for labs across the country to help them in trying to understand what the evidence is. So with that in mind, I don't think there'll be any problem to handle these cases. Now, obviously, we don't want to be overloaded and overwhelmed. That will just increase the turnaround time. But with a reasonable amount of turnaround time, I think we should be able to handle, what would you guess is the maximum number of cases that you may have?
No idea.
Right now, we're still weeding
Okay.
through them and waiting for transcripts.
Right. So the real question is what exists? If there's anything that's intact that hasn't been handled before, we're more than happy to attempt it. What's happened over the last 20 or so years is that the mitochondrial databases have increased in terms of the number of samples that have mitochondrial DNA added. We do mito on all the missing person cases that we're involved in. So we have a lot of cases that may not be part of the criminal, but we have it for missing persons. So we can't use any of the family reference samples, but anything involving casework we can utilize, just the way the laws are written. So over the years, the FBI has paid, or the government has paid for samples to be added to the mitochondrial DNA database. There were some snafus over time, so they've added samples and then they've taken them out. But I'd say that the database is significantly larger than it was in the early 90s. So there are more samples to compare to than existed previously. And then we could always look at things related to missing persons if need be. That's really be up to, well, when and if it comes to it, we can bring it up and we're more than happy to do it. We're a state lab. We're probably, I think, the only lab in the state that works specifically with mitochondrial DNA, and we're more than willing to help in any way we can.
Dr. Eisenberg, can you explain for those of us who, despite having read a number of articles on the subject, still are struggling with the concepts between what mitochondrial DNA can show and how that works in
All right.
partnership with hair microscopy
Sure.
versus nuclear?
Primarily what we look at is a region called the control region of the mitochondrial genome. The mitochondrial genome is about 16,500 base pairs. It's a circular molecule. The advantage is that there are several hundred to several thousand copies per cell. So just in terms of sheer number, there's only 2 copies of the nuclear genome per cell, whereas each mitochondria can have multiple mitochondrial genomes. There could be thousands of copies per cell. So one advantage is the sheer number. The other advantage is its structure. It's circular, which means it's more resistant to degradation. So the likelihood of being available is great. Any cell in the body contains mitochondrial DNA. Typically, the cases that we'll be working with, I'm assuming, are scrapings or hairs. If you have an intact hair, there's a lot of mitochondrial DNA. It should not be a question of whether or not we could get mitochondrial DNA. The question is, how was it maintained over the last 20-plus years?
So you don't require a hair bulb in order to?
No, no. It could be done with hair shafts. As the hair grows, mitochondrial DNA from the follicle is transferred into the shaft, so we can work with shaft. So you don't need, in fact, intact bulbs.
Now, the flip side or the other issue that I'm trying to understand, so nuclear DNA clearly shows.
Nuclear DNA is much more discriminated.
Right, so can you talk about that?
Sure. Everyone along the same maternal lineage has the same mitochondrial DNA. So all we can say is there an association, a match between a reference sample and the mitochondrial DNA we get from an evidentiary sample. We can't say it's that individual. It probably belongs to the same maternal lineage, which is a limitation. There are many different polymorphisms within the control region. There's HV1 and HV2. They're each about 500 or 600 base pairs. So cumulatively, we sequence about 1,100 bases of information.
So can I ask, when you
Sure.
say maternal lineage, I'm taking that to mean that it's a member, we're talking about it's in their family tree.
Right, it's in their maternal family tree,
Okay.
Through the mother only?
through the
Yeah.
mother only.
Okay.
Mitochondria is only inherited maternally.
There was a report in the New England Journal of Medicine
Mhm.
about 15, 20 years ago, in which they described a mitochondrial disease in an individual, which was being carried by the father, not the mother.
To the best of our knowledge, the only thing we look at is really maternal lineage markers. So I don't know if that's a rare exception. I'm not sure which disease you're referring to.
I don't remember, and I've never seen something.
There's mitochondrial myopathy, which
Lieber-
seems to be
Yeah.
the more common of the mitochondria, at least in my memory base.
Right.
What's the mutational variation?
So the mutation rate is fairly small, but the nice thing is that HV1, HV2 carry the bulk of the differences between individuals. So by looking at those regions in the control region, we can compare individuals and determine if in fact they have the same sequence or not. We sequence using standard DNA sequencing, dideoxy sequencing. We're also working on next generation sequencing either through the Illumina-based systems or the PGM systems from Life Technologies. They're a little better at looking at point mutations or individual mutations. So once we can determine whether or not the sequences are the same or different, we can then focus in on areas and get a little more precise in terms of looking for any type of mutations. But mutation rate is enough that it's highly variable, but nowhere near that of nuclear DNA.
So, we had this issue come up at the last meeting. I'm just gonna throw out a hypo
Okay.
for you. Sexual assault from early 90s.
All right.
Hair microscopist gets up on a stand and makes observations within the acceptable scientific limits of what hair microscopy allows.
Mhm.
So let's just say the hair microscopist said, I've observed the hair found at the crime scene and the sample hair submitted by the defendant, and
Mhm.
they have similar microscopic characteristics.
Okay.
Acceptable. Subsequent mitochondrial DNA analysis performed on the hair excludes
Mhm.
the defendant.
Right.
From what I'm understanding, reading the Badoli Max
Right.
Hauk article, those two things can exist together.
Yes.
In other words, the hair microscopist could have observed similar microscopic
Right.
characteristics, or even the same microscopic characteristics,
And
and the
different-
mito can still
Right.
exclude.
Right.
Now,
There could be exclusions between a different group of hairs there can be heteroplasmy. There are limits to what is considered differences. Basically, we can't exclude based upon a single inconsistency between the reference sample and the evidence. But once you start building up multiple inconsistencies, then we can exclude it as potentially originating from the same source or the same maternal lineage
So
source.
you're saying more hairs are needed or increases the
Sure.
probability of
If
exclusion or
you
likelihood?
plucked a bunch of different hairs from different regions of the body and we sequence it, we can get different mitochondrial profiles, nuclear DNA profiles. Yes.
So, I'm trying to make sure I understand what you're saying. If the unknown hair is tested and then a single known hair is tested, that's not enough to say?
Well, all we can do is compare it to that single and say that there are no differences or there are multiple differences. We can't say absolutely it originated from a particular reference source.
Well, so I guess what I'm asking though is, can you say scientifically that the unknown hair could not have been contributed by the known hair donor?
As long as there are multiple inconsistencies, I think we're comfortable saying that.
How many? Is there like a number? of inconsistencies?
Greater than one.
Okay.
When you just said you could take someone who is known and pull hair from multiple areas, come out with multiple different profiles, there's a base that's going to be the same, but then
Yes.
you've got some variation in some of the different regions.
And there's,
So I think that may be a little bit.
and most of the difference is basically in the length. There's certain regions that we look at length variation, and there's some that are point differences. And most of the differences are typically point differences, and we can see that, and we can catalog it. But we can always, as Lynn had pointed out, that there should be some underlying consistency.
So do you say if you're excluding and you have sufficient points, it's 100% exclusion?
We'll say we cannot match the evidentiary sample to the reference.
So if the evidence collected at the crime scene is one hair,
Mm-hmm.
and that one hair is analyzed under the microscope and there are similar characteristics, and then it goes to Mito and
Right.
there are multiple
Differences.
differences. Do you view that as an exclusion of the defendant?
Typically, yes.
Yes, okay. So over time, as the technology has progressed,
Right.
if you were to look at that hair again today, that
Mhm.
was analyzed back in the early 90s, would you expect that it would be an exclusion still today?
If it was an exclusion back and they had good sequence data and we did the sequencing again, yes.
If a
That's not going to
mistake-
change.
I mean, notwithstanding a mistake having been made, the exclusion will stay.
Yes.
Okay. And if you pluck 5 more hairs out, or let's say somehow they find, oh wait, we had another slide here.
Mm-hmm.
There were 5 more hairs at the crime scene, and then you've got your exemplar. If those hairs were, I guess what I'm trying to say is, does pulling more hair out mean that you could get an inclusion where you
No.
had an exclusion on one
No,
hair?
typically, if something was an exclusion, it will remain an exclusion. If you pluck multiple hairs, we may find these point mutations, but we'll still have the base underlying sequence, and then we can compare it to that. And the reports will specify what type of result we get. So we're not going to falsely include somebody who is excluded. Somebody who, there's point mutations, we can point that out and just say that this is unlikely to occur by anything other than mutations.
So the bottom line is, if you get hair that has root, there's a whole lot less explanation that you have to do.
Well, there's more material, yes, there's
So
more.
you can get
You can work with
Yes.
nuclear
It's a
DNA.
whole lot
Yes.
better if you can do
Typically, if you
that.
can get a root, then you can get nuclear DNA. As long as it's intact, then better is to do nuclear DNA. I'm assuming that if that could be done, it was done, but if we have to do that, we can do that also.
So if,
Unless they did RFLP, which.
Right, that's another.
That's a different story.
And
that was probably was doing
Are the ones that
RFLP.
are the most highly preserved as far as?
Well, they're the control region, which is we don't sequence, At this point, we're not sequencing the entire mitogenome, but that could be done if there was a question and it needed to be done.
But the areas you look at
Yes,
are.
I understand,
higher.
yes, they're the same HV1, HV2 that everybody sequences. That's what the database is made up of.
And what type of sequencing errors, or maybe not errors, that's what I'm, how could the sequencing that they looked at in the early 90s be different? Or is it more developed today?
No, I mean, we've done a lot more of it. I mean, I can't tell you how many mito sequences we've done, probably on the order of thousands. We do it in routine casework as well as special circumstances. But everything involving missing persons, the remains, the bone samples, and the reference samples, which we tend to ask for at least 2 or 3 reference samples per missing individual. So we have a fairly large database. We have the largest collection of pedigrees, which is the family members in CODIS as it exists, and it's something we routinely do. And we can do, if need be, next generation sequencing, which is probably more focused. The results should be the same, except if we're detecting point heteroplasmies, we could probably better detect it using next generation sequencing than we can with dideoxy sequencing. But the dideoxy sequencing has been tried and true and proven. It works well. We have a lot of experience. We could do it relatively inexpensive. That's some of the projects our students have worked on, is just using reference samples, just punches from a blood sample to get a mitochondrial sequence. So I don't think if anything, the next generation sequencing may show you more results or slightly different results, but nothing dramatically will change.
How often do you find cuticle cells attached to the hair, and are they of any value?
Yes, I mean, Dr. Roby, who used to be with us, testified, I guess, in the very high-profile case involving Kentucky Fried Chicken case. It was in some part of Texas where they did cuticle samplings and they were able to get material. So, but I'm not sure if that's going to show up in a mitochondrial case involving hair.
Is it going to affect the mitochondria? Because one of our concerns when we're looking at some of these cases is possibly being candidates for revisiting mitochondrial DNA. If they're mounted in microscope slides with per mount or various
No.
mounting media, does it affect it over time?
To the best of my knowledge, no. We've done a lot of results with cases that people have sent in slides with mounted hair, and we could dissolve away the mounting and get results. To the best of my knowledge, I'm not aware of any changes due to per mount or anything like that. Are you familiar with it? No.
I don't know why I would.
Sorry.
Dr. Eisner, I apologize.
No.
And I don't want to be the obtuse one in the crowd, but are you saying that it's a better practice they come up with same or similar sequencing without mutations?
Yes.
Okay, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Is there a minimum size for the hair shaft that you derive results from?
I didn't look back at that. I'm sure it's probably in the order of a centimeter or so from the point of origin.
May I ask a question?
Yeah, sure.
Is there any factors that degrade the evidence sample over years? That
Sure.
make it harder?
DNA is always susceptible to degradation, but it's less likely in mitochondrial samples. So it's less likely that they'd be degraded. If it's stored environmentally at room temperature or something stable, there's not temperature variations, there should not be any apparent degradation.
But just take a scenario where a police agency may have just been very sloppy and stored it in an envelope in an not temperature-controlled facility.
I mean, we'll know that right away. We test at individual steps. We look to see how much DNA we get and the quality of the DNA that we recover. And the mitochondrial is such that if we don't get the exact size of amplicon that we're looking for, we'll know that pretty much from the beginning.
So you can identify it as being degraded?
Yes.
Okay,
And that's what you do on
All
shipwreck
everything.
victims,
Yeah, everything.
skeletons found. I mean,
Everything.
So, I know it's protected in bone, but it's gone through quite a bit of degradation anyway, so mitochondrial should survive better than anything else would survive.
And any of the typical samples that we deal with, these are more likely to get a result than any of the other samples that we routinely deal with.
And your reports at that point would conclude indeterminate in nature?
Yes, if we can't get a sequence, then we can't, then it has to be indeterminate, inconclusive. And we'll let you know however you want to know it, by case, by sample, however the committee wants it, we'll make sure we get it back to you in that way.
So the, just to be clear, if we have hair that we recommend that the DA and Defense Council send along to y'all for MITO testing, if we believe that that exists in
Right.
the case, and they do that,
Mhm.
and there comes back, not an exclusion, but some sort of association. What that association says is that this hair, all you can say is it is a single maternal lineage.
Right, correct. We can't
But
say
that's
it's
still, I mean,
it's not the person, it's the lineage.
Yeah, so you can separate out brothers,
you couldn't separate out brothers.
but you can
If they had
separate
the
out
same
with
mother.
different mothers and
Or
different
sisters.
brothers
Yeah.
altogether.
Right.
Now, shifting focus for just a second. If we had a case we were looking at where there was no post-conviction testing done, at least that's not reflecting in the record. So
Right.
no lawyers never, ever asked for Chapter 64 testing. And we know that the original testing was RFLP.
Then
Would
we'd have,
you
yeah, we'd have to go,
suggest-
Have to
yes,
open it, just-
we'd have to go back
Testing.
and do it, the
that
mitochondria
again.
from the beginning.
And would you suggest, does that mean it's possible that there might be biological material in the case that could have nuclear?
We'll look at that also, absolutely, we can't rule that out,
Yeah.
yes, most
They did
definitely.
RFLP, probably it is.
And the RFLP, I mean, that technology, in terms of that technology's advancement, has been significant to.
Yes, I mean, we're much more sensitive, but we wouldn't even consider, I don't think we even do RFLP testing anymore. You know, we put that to sleep many years ago when we were doing paternity testing for the state. It's just, it's too expensive, it's too time consuming. We have to deal with radioactive or chemiluminescent probes. There's no advantage to doing that. The first thing we look at is what kind of DNA is there. And if there's sufficient DNA, we'll immediately go to STR-based testing.
And that's gonna be a lot more sensitive than what the RFLP was.
Yes, absolutely,
Yes.
probably at least an order or more magnitude more sensitive.
And then storage becomes a bit more important.
Right,
With degradation.
Right.
a lot more important.
absolutely. The question was, if we were trying to look at degradation, it would be much more obvious with DNA that we need for RFLP testing. It has to be much larger because we're fragmenting it using restriction enzymes. So if it's not about 1,000 base pairs or so to begin with, then there's absolutely no reason to even consider RFLP testing.
So it sounds like for those cases where there are still hairs that were retained and.
Had never been tested.
And some question as to the, well, put it this way, regardless of what the hair microscopist said, if there are hairs, there is value in.
Yes, I believe so, absolutely.
Or nuclear.
Or
And
nuclear
don't
if possible.
Right,
For some
and-
reason, they didn't do it the first time.
You know, I'm
Yeah.
not saying we should do it, I'm just saying we are willing to do it.
Yes.
And it's up to
Needs to
you,
be done.
to whoever you want. You know, it's like the state of Texas by law, medical examiners, coroners, human remains are supposed to be sent to our lab. Doesn't mean they can't be sent to other laboratories. We're willing to do it for nothing, which is a good price. And in addition to that, we typically will testify at least one day, one analyst will testify at least one day as to the results at no cost. So,
That includes genomic testing?
yes,
right?
that includes everything.
Okay.
So, if we provided you a list of cases, or let's say a DA and a defense lawyer, after receiving this
Mhm.
letter that we sent, which we haven't sent any yet, so, but once we start going through this process, if they come to you and say, can you do this, do you typically do the testing as a result of a court order?
We don't require a court order. Any law enforcement agency can submit cases. And Christina and her team will evaluate them, determine if they're acceptable for testing. But what I'm suggesting is I'll strongly indicate to her, this is something the commission is highly supportive of and wants done. I believe we can fund it through federal funds, so there'll be no cost to the state. We can cover people's salaries with the same money that we're getting, and we should be able to do it. And whatever there is, we're willing to do it.
And when you say law enforcement, that can include a prosecutor's office, a district
We'll
attorney?
include anybody who the commission feels is appropriate.
The commission probably doesn't have the authority to
No.
order it. It'd have to be the police or a district attorney or a defense attorney.
Who would get a court order?
Yeah, the court order, yeah.
Yeah. So if there's a court order, there shouldn't be any problem whatsoever.
Do y'all have any more questions based on our?
Well, just to clarify, if, in the absence of a court order, if the prosecutor asked that the hair be submitted for testing, would that be sufficient?
I believe so, yes.
I think we can normally get a court order.
We're not, you know,
Especially if you have to get a court order to release evidence.
if it's a product of the workings of the commission, I don't see any reason why anything would be turned away.
Can I ask, not to put you on the spot, I'm sorry, Jack, but do you have the authority to request testing of evidence outside of, because you want to, not because you do?
And, you know, we're qualified
Closed cases, closed cases.
by the state. You know, the state accredits us. We have other accreditation, but, you know, we're an accredited, we're ISO accredited. We have all the accreditation. Every year we get an inspection, every 2 years we get an external inspection. So this is something that the lab is used to doing and doing well. And I'm just offering our ability to do it for the commission and for the committee at no charge.
Well, it sounds like it'll be a matter of working with the DAs and the defense lawyers to come up with some sort of an understanding of the evidence that exists and what the best course of action is.
Yeah.
Um,
And I'm sure that if it requires the meeting with the analysts to review a case as to what's available, then that could be done also. We do that routinely with agencies like the Tarrant County DA's office. We have meetings with them to review evidence. So, you know, we're willing to work with you any way that it helps the commission, it helps the hair microscopy committee getting the results done.
Does the team have any more questions based on our sort of, what's happening is we're starting to get into
I understand.
the factual scenarios based on just general reviews of the cases. And so there's a lot of trying to get pieces of the record, and we're starting to understand some of the things that are coming up. And I think the role of mitochondrial DNA in clarifying some of the issues in the cases has been sort of critical in every conversation. Yes, sir?
Would now be the time to go into whether we should be looking at context versus isolated?
So the next piece of this agenda is to get your guidance on a key interpretive issue about the transcript testimony. But I'm looking at the clock, and it's 14 minutes until the full quarterly meeting starts.
Mhm.
So, and we kind of have to go through this again once we get to that point. So I'm not sure if you want to start doing transcript reviews right now, or how
I
you
think
wanna-
we're probably, I would prefer to see what options that the rest of the commission have to offer. I mean, unless we look at something, we can't give you, it's an opinion based upon some ambiguities in transcripts. It's much easier once you get a couple of cases, we look at them and we sit down with whoever's involved and we make a determination if it's worthwhile to pursue.
So we have some examples of that we would like to go through.
Okay?
But maybe the best thing would be for me to give a little introduction on what it is that we're asking and why.
Okay.
And then when we break to pull the full commission together, I'm not sure if you want to do a break or not, but we could even just start with this on the agenda and then move to the other items. So The FBI is conducting a similar review
Mhm.
of cases in conjunction with the National Association of Criminal Defense Lawyers and the National Innocence Project. And I don't know if y'all remember way back, what started this all was when Norm Reamer came and gave that PowerPoint presentation about the issues they were finding. So Texas launched its own initiative, and what's happened is when we look at the trial transcripts, I think the experts on the team understand very clearly when there has been an overstatement of the science that is such an overstatement that it's an analyst basically making an individual identification, which is
Can't be
clearly
done.
not something you can do through hair microscopy. So for example, you know, Mike Malone at the FBI, who has been just the sort of, I guess he's just the whipping boy for these issues, but he would say things like, you know, the chances that this hair came from anyone else besides the defendant are slim to none, and Slim just left town. I mean, these are the kinds of things he would say on the stand. So these are clearly errors,
Yes.
right? And we...
I don't think we've, to the best of my ability, I don't think any of our people have ever testified to the presence or absence of Slim.
Well,
I
we'll
like his
see.
answer. His answer may not be correct, but it was very poetic.
Well, that's, I
Kind of
guess...
like that.
So, we actually had Steve Robertson, who is a DPS, very senior person at DPS. Reminds me very much of Pat Johnson, and he came in and told us about his experience doing the FBI case reviews. And he only reviewed Michael Malone's cases. And what he told us was that the errors were so obvious and so egregious that he never had to make any fine line calls, because it was just every case he got, he was like, that's a problem, that's a problem. We don't have that here. We actually have a lot of situations where we do need some help, I think. And I think we're gonna see that more so as we get into this, because we haven't seen examiners doing the Slim Just Left Town show yet.
I think everything that hopefully we testify to is based upon real statistics, and if it's a clear exclusion, that will be delineated.
Well, one would hope so.
Yeah.
But, so we're starting with the 5 death penalty cases.
Okay.
And what we found is, what you have to wonder is the extent to which, and this is the key question, the extent to which the context of the examiner's statement should be taken into account. So if a prosecutor embeds a problematic statement, and this is, or the defense lawyer embeds a problematic statement in a question, which does happen. So they'll say, just shorthand, to make it easier for everybody in the room to understand, presumably that's why they're doing it, they will say something like, so you looked at the hairs, did the hair that you looked at match the defendant? And
Did the sequence match?
No, they don't, I mean,
Okay.
they don't get that, no,
Oh,
we're talking
oh,
about what
okay.
the lawyers ask. And so then the answer is maybe yes. And then the question for us becomes, okay, a couple questions down, he clarified that, you know, hair cannot be used as an individual exclusion, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But at what point does the team say, yes, is a problem? If you can't, you know, what AskCloud Labs says is, and its professional guidance is, do not answer yes or no if yes or no would be misleading. Basically, no matter how much the lawyer pressures you to give a yes or no answer to something, if it's not a yes or no question, you can't. So what I think what the team would like help in, we think there are clear, we identify clear examples, clear scenarios where that language, the problematic sloppy language, we don't think is a problem, and we'll explain those reasons why. But then there are other areas where the examiner may not have made any sort of problematic statement on his own, but his response to a question embedded with a problematic statement was not as clear as we might like it to be, or maybe not as clear as it would be today, because maybe it was a junior examiner at the time, or, there's a million reasons why it might have
You're
gone
right.
that way.
So, my response to that is, we can only answer what we're asked, and it all depends upon what the judge pushes, whether or not the judge determines that that's an acceptable yes/no question. We have to respond to whatever they determine to be the appropriate level of response. We can certainly sit down with the committee and come up with the language that we need to put into the report to make sure there's no ambiguity. That could all be done ahead of time. And these things can be discussed with before anything actually goes to court.
So the reports, I don't think that the committee has found yet, although I do think we'll see a couple examples, but I don't think the report language is a problem.
As far as testimony, that also can be discussed ahead of time. We need the prosecutor and the defense to agree to these things. Certainly the prosecutor should not be a problem. They can come forward. We talk to prosecutors all the time. And that could be discussed in terms, when somebody's on the stand, there's some additional levels of pressure, but these are people who have been in the business for a long time, who typically don't respond to threats or, innuendo or things like that. So that could be discussed ahead of time.
If you put someone on a stand, especially if it continues to go on, you are going to get them to say yes or no, and then they'll say, but what that means is, in the perfect situation, they're sitting there, and they can say, well, wait a minute, Judge, let me think about this, And it doesn't work that way.
Well,
And so, no, I'm just talking
okay.
in general.
So the only thing we can do, I could offer, is to allow the analyst who work the case to consult with the prosecutor, whoever, and they can discuss these things ahead of time.
So we had a very lively discussion about exactly that subject in
Okay.
the review team. And we were talking about even in the context of a capital case, that prosecutors don't always have the time. And in a lot of these cases, the hair was not, it was maybe 15 pages of testimony, maybe, some of them even less. So obviously, they were probably focused on other elements of the case.
Could be.
But, and I'll let you all chime in, they don't always prep very long with the witnesses, right?
Well, one of the questions that we're struggling with is if an examiner's testimony, say, takes place over 5 or 6 pages,
Right.
and in the course of questioning, the examiner makes a statement that if you were to extract that statement alone, it would be an error. But in context, the examiner, 2 or 3 lines down, explains why that first statement wasn't a complete answer. In other words, the lawyer may say, just like Lynn said, so does the hair match the defendant? And given a one answer, yes, and so that's a problem. But 2 or 3 lines down, he says, but let me explain, you really can't say matching, this is why.
Right.
So for the purposes of the work that we're producing for
Right.
you, do you want that considered to be an error because we're looking at just that one line of testimony, or do we look at context?
I think context is very important. If the question is, does something match? Match what? Is it just the physical appearance of a hair? And they haven't really necessarily done that. That's not their expertise. They've looked at a lot of hair, but physically we can't exclude a hair just based upon microscopy.
So I think the challenge is, how does one know when the jury was paying attention?
But you can't go
No,
there.
you can't, but you can't. However, let me finish. If you don't flag that statement, then are you missing, you don't know if you're missing what was the key thing that the jury considered in making its decision. You just don't know.
Yes.
But doesn't
So-
that become the responsibility of the cross or the redirect to come back to that point and emphasize it to the jury?
Absolutely it does. Whether that's done with any skill is highly variable.
But the whole thing about juries is, let's be blunt about it. You can say something that is obvious to everybody else, and one juror will just say, oh, it means this, because, sometimes they'll have these mock trials, and they'll put microphones in, and it's kind of interesting, some of the comments in these mock juries, they'll just say, oh, don't believe that, or no, what the attorney really meant was, and if you've got a dominating personality.
So the only thing I could say is that more than likely the case will be worked by one analyst. As I mentioned, Amy Smuts typically works all of our hair cases, so that the defense or the prosecutor can sit down with her and try and get from her what her testimony may be. You never know until they actually testify, but at least it wouldn't be something new and novel. And if it's something they feel as though it has to be guarded against, they have to ask the right questions. I don't know what more a person can do.
So I guess from the team's perspective, the team understands what should be done and the right way it should all be done, and can look at a transcript and say, okay, the lawyer should have pushed harder here or not there. But the team has to make a call.
Okay.
Does this transcript contain language of sufficient concern that we should alert the DA that there is concerning language in the transcript?
I would
So-
say yes. That
so
has to
we
be brought
have-
up to whoever's prosecuting the case needs to know where the inconsistencies or the problems may be. Bring it up on testimony of, if it's our analyst, bring it up in front of her and just find out how would she handle that question.
I got a question. In looking at these cases, are you just taking cases in which there was hair and a conviction was made, but there may be overwhelming evidence regardless of the hair, but you're going back to the hair no matter what? Is that?
Yes, so
Okay.
at the last meeting, the commission voted to take away the question about significance of the hair to the conviction.
Okay.
Because what was happening was we just didn't, it's just too subjective of a question, and we didn't have enough information, so we would just all stare at Nick and say, what do you think? And it just was not, I don't think the group felt like that process had as much integrity as the group would like.
So the results of whatever comes out of this will then be taken into context, and the attorneys can decide whether there's enough significance to make something out of it, or is this alone grounds for an appeal, even though you'll be spending enormous amounts of tax dollars to go back, even though there's more than overwhelming evidence to convict somebody?
I think you hit exactly on the point that we're struggling with. And there's really two perspectives. One is looking at how do we, going forward, work with an analyst to see what the possible testimony might be
Right.
and prep lawyers. But at this point, we're looking at cases that are years old, and so we're looking at cold transcripts. And if one of our retired analysts, and so one of our responsibilities is to go back and say, was the testimony in this case problematic enough that we need to call it error in terms of hair microscopy, and then notify the local prosecutor so that he can take whatever steps are necessary to alert the defense on a 20-year-old case. Does the panel want us to look at testimony, if a given line of testimony is an error, that we suddenly flag the entire case? Or does the panel want us to look at the entirety of the analyst's testimony? So that if one line she says it's a match, but she clarifies that 3 lines down, is that case something that we need to alert the prosecutor to? Or do we look at that case in context and say, overall, that was not an error? That's what we're struggling
And we're talking about the Gomez example in here.
Gomez is the one we're talking about.
Right. I mean, here's the trouble with if you don't take it in context. I think the rule of law in every case is there's lots of cases that come down where the courts make certain assumptions, that the jury followed the jury instructions, for instance. I think that's the norm. I mean, the jury system isn't supposed to be a perfect system, and there's presumptions that go with that. If we're gonna take things, if we're not gonna consider context, then I just think that's holding the process to a standard that it's never gonna be able to meet. I would check, there's probably no transcript anywhere that you can't take something out of context and put it there. And especially when it relates to science, what at least as I've dealt with it in court, there's a period where, to avoid having to have every answer have that extra paragraph of qualifications, you'll go through the process, even in something as simple as toxicology. Before you say how many drinks did he have, you'll define your terms, and you put qualifications on it, and you'll set those parameters so that they know your yes has that asterisk by it. And that's what I see in the Gomez case. There's what I believe, if I'm correct, that the initial answer was okay. It was the later one where the word, where this hair came from without the qualifications that's the problem. I think, again, as we look at everything else the jury does, I think we look and say that the jury considered the whole picture. Because to do otherwise, it's just the whole process of cross-examination. The state asks its questions, we get good answers. The defense comes back around, and their questioning diminishes the value or makes it turn into a different answer. We assume that the jury is listening to both sides. To take it out of context would be to say, we're going to go with the assumption that the jury went to sleep right after the cross, and all they heard were the answers the prosecutor brought out, and they didn't hear anything the defense said. So from my perspective, looking at the Gomez example, if we look at it and if we take it in context of what was done, the limitations on the answer appear to have been stated, and then there was just the later answers didn't repeat those limitations. And so that's what I would say, because I think that if we go to the other standard, the number of cases you're going to be sending back, I'd be hard pressed to say I could find an example of out of context in almost any case we look at.
So what we should probably do now is just close the hair panel and let Dr. DeMaio open up the full commission
Okay.
meeting, and we can take the agenda out of order so that we don't have to interrupt the conversation. We can move to the hair panel. So
Okay, so,
what's the time? It's 9:04.
okay, so we'll start the meeting at 9:04. What we'll do is, I guess, go through the routines of when we come to the hair thing. If you want to put the hair forward.
You can move the
continue.
hair forward if you want. It's agenda 8.
Why don't we just put the hair forward right now and just say that we're going to consider agenda item number 8, the update from the hair microscopy panel.
So the meat of the request from the team, I think, is what we're going to start talking about. And I think it might, and we have all of it to go through with everybody. So I just want to refresh the group's recollection about what the questions are that are being asked every time the team looks at a transcript. Number 1 is, did the report or testimony contain a statement of identification? Number 2 is, did the report or testimony assign probability or statistical weight? And number 3 is, did the report or testimony contain any other potentially misleading statements or inferences? The reason we're asking those 3 questions is because they are sort of the key to get to whether there was quote-unquote an error. And also, we don't want to call them errors because they weren't always errors in the sense that it may have been accepted practice at the time to express things in the way that they were being expressed, but we've since, the community has since modified, improved its language over time. And so, while a statement of identification was always an error and should have been known that way for many years because the community knew that hair microscopy was not a means of individual identification, there's other language that the team may come across of concern that's not, there wasn't an error at the time, but that we just wouldn't use anymore. So, that's the basis for the review of the transcripts. This question about the context of the statements is really important. Now, I should let the group know that in the federal review, they look at each individual statement in the transcript. If there is an error in one sentence, the case is flagged. It doesn't matter if in the very next sentence they said, but what I mean, but I need, however, hair is not a means for, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, and they clarify, it doesn't matter. If there is a statement that is deemed to be in one of their error categories, it stands or falls on its own merit regardless of what's around it in the transcript.
Is that specific to federal law or?
That is what the federal group, the FBI and the others doing that review decided they were going to.
Okay.
Okay, can I make a comment? I think it's absolutely ridiculous, because all scientific, it's not scientific. What it is hysteria. That's the best thing. They're going hysterical about one little thing. You have to take the whole thing in context. And you could pick any, virtually any expert's testimony, and you can find a sentence that you could say, oh, that's not right. Therefore, we have to throw everything out. It doesn't work that way. You have to take the whole thing in context. And what they're doing is they're creating work. And if the individual says yes, and then, he asks another question, actually, an attorney can then destroy all cases by saying, I want you to answer yes or no, doctor, or yes or no, Mr. Jones. I think their methodology has a major error in it. You have to look at everything in context.
So we'll have some examples to go through that I think will illuminate the challenge. Lee, can we bring up the transcript?
Yeah.
So I think the first one would be David Lynn Carpenter. And this is a very interesting case. It's a Swiss case, so I'm going to ask Dr. Bernard not to comment. Sorry. So in the little binders that you had, if you flip to Carpenter, and the language that I'm looking at is on page 202 of the transcript. It provides the illustrative example. So what I'm going to do is go through what the team considered and then let you know what the team's recommended approach to this is, and then you can let us know your feedback. So, the hair examiner had testified that the hairs found at the crime scene could have come from two individuals, the defendant, the inmate, or the victim's boyfriend, based on microscopic characteristics, because they were light brown hairs. But the hairs were sent for mitochondrial DNA testing, and the results excluded the defendant as the contributor of the hair. The hair microscopist was on the stand explaining this, that the DNA testing, the mito, excluded the inmate as the current death row inmate as the contributor. And he uses what I would refer to as, which in another context would clearly be inappropriate language. He says, hair from a head, hair from the victim's foot that I said microscopically was either from Mr. Hall or Mr. Carpenter. hair from the right foot, they said, was microscopically the same as Mr. Hall and different from Mr. Carpenter. So ordinarily, you wouldn't say that a hair is microscopically from somebody, right? That's the fundamental problem with that link. But because he's talking, using those terms while describing that the Bode group, Bodie group, determined that the Mito excluded the defendant, I think the team feels like that should not be flagged as an error. Because the Mito results superseded the hair microscopy. Is that an accurate, do you guys think that's an accurate framing?
And nowhere in the transcript later on was there an attempt to minimize or contradict that finding. That was how it stood. When you look at the whole transcript, is that was the statement that he was excluded and. Okay.
So there's some question about why that hasn't been more prominent in the outcome of the case, the fact that he was excluded by the Mito. But it could just be that there are other facts that we aren't aware of in the case that contributed more to the conviction than the hair.
Okay.
So in that instance, I think the team felt that there's no need to flag the issue for the DA. Did I get that? Okay. Discussion?
I agree with the
I think
team.
it was clear.
Yeah, I mean, it's in the same answer.
Yeah.
It's not even separated.
Okay, just,
I think it's part and parcel of the same thing we're going to deal with in Gomez again. I think that again, if we're going to take that kind of take everything out of context and look at it, I think we can look at that one sentence that says that it came from one of them, and we stop right there, then we have a problem. And I think it's just more absurd to do it in this one than it is in the later one.
so for Cardenas, he's the first one in the group. Roe Guacardo from DPS Westlaco testified in this one. And I think the team felt like in this transcript, and it's a very short, I mean, his testimony is only from page 22 here to page 30, that's it. So very short testimony. And they asked him his name and where he works, and he says he's a chemist for the Texas Department of Public Safety. Now, my understanding is that that was the term used to refer to some forensic scientists generally then, and that people did more. If you were a chemist then, I mean, now if you heard chemist, you would sort of connect it with drug chemistry or maybe toxicology, but then they called hair microscopists chemists as well, right?
Chemists or criminals?
Chemists or criminals. So he talks about his duties, where he studied, and he did go to the FBI Academy in Quantico, how he mounts the slides, and then he comes around on page 26, and what he says the team believed was within the appropriate bounds of what science allows for hair microscopy. So they say on line 18, page 26, did you compare them, and he's referring to the hairs microscopically with the known head hair of the victim, Myra Laguna? Yes, sir, I did. What was the results? What conclusion did you reach after your comparison? My results, as stated in the report, are numerous head hairs were recovered from the electrical tape. Of the hair recovered, 3 were examined and found to exhibit the same microscopic characteristics as the head hair from the victim, and the 3 hairs were then transferred to the DNA section for DNA analysis. What condition were they? They were mounted on glass slides, etc. You testified that the hairs recovered were head hairs similar to head hairs or microscopically similar to head hairs of the victim. Is that right? Yes, that's correct. Is it possible they are pubic hairs? No, sir. And he talks about the differences between pubic and head hairs. And then later, during cross, the defense lawyer asks him some questions and says, if you look at page 23 line 23, page 28, question. Just because the hairs have the same microscopic characteristics of someone else, that doesn't mean you're absolutely sure they came from them, right? Correct. The only way you can determine with scientific certainty they came from someone is by conducting a DNA test. That would be the ultimate test, yes. And what is a DNA test? Well, I can briefly tell you what it is. Do you know what it is? I briefly know about it, but I'm not a DNA analyst. I would rather pass that question to DNA analysts that work the case. And he comes up next to testify. So, and then the next little bit of his testimony talks about a hair that that there was no association. So, if I'm reciting y'all's finding properly, the determination was that language is appropriately reflects because it meets the...
Seems to be appropriate.
It's appropriate. Okay, so let's do Perez and Raby first, and then we'll go back to Gomez. So Perez is easy because there was no hair microscopy testimony in his case. They did do hair testing, but the prosecution, and this was prosecuted in Austin, focused on other biological material in the case, not the hair. And we searched that transcript high and low. We looked everywhere in the transcript. We called the appellate lawyer. We asked her. She works at a law firm. She had her associates look through the transcript to make sure we didn't miss anything. Because sometimes the hair is just an itty-bitty part of the case. And she confirmed, right, Nick, that there was no hair testimony. So there's nothing to look at there. And the report on its face has no problems in it. And this Perez case happened pretty recently compared to the others. It's pretty late in the game, so I think that's a big part of the reason why the hair had kind of fallen out of favor by that point. Raby is the next one. And the language of concern and Raby. So the examiner in this case testified that she did not find any hairs consistent with the defendant in the crime scene. Why they called her to testify about that is unclear to me. You would think they just wouldn't. But she testified that she didn't find, because she's a state's witness, that she didn't find any hairs consistent with the defendant in the crime scene. She found his hair in his own clothing, which she testified was nothing unusual. And you can see that here on if you look at page 406, they go through, did you find his hair somewhere? That's line 1. Answer, yes, I did. Question, where was that? Answer, on his own clothing. Question, and we're talking about clothing he was wearing that was turned in after his arrest on October 19, 1992. Is that correct? Answer, that's correct. Question, and was one of those a black jacket? Answer, yes. Question, anything unusual about finding a person's hair on your own clothing? Answer, nothing unusual. And then she goes through this whole analysis about what she did find, and nothing connects to the defendant at all. But we did notice something that we thought would be a good thing to point out, because Judge Herbie has asked us for teaching moments, educational examples of ways that testimony can be improved. And one of those comes in the wrap-up of her direct exam. And that happens at about page 410. So from 410 to 411. And she says, in my experience over the past few years in cases where evidence is submitted on a sexual assault, I rarely find foreign pubic hairs which match the suspect. And then she also testified that in less than 5% of the time, she finds foreign pubic hairs in a sexual assault. Presumably, so the team was kind of like, well, why did you answer that way? Why not just not answer those types of questions? I mean, they asked her, she answered it. I think the observation was just that they were trying to elicit from her that just because Raby's hair wasn't there didn't mean he didn't do it.
Right.
And I think anytime you start getting into these like percentage type statistical analyses that don't have underlying scientific foundation, I think the team starts to get a little bit concerned that, you want to be careful with those types of statements.
But I don't, but how is that different? I mean, again, any case I've dealt with firearms, it actually is, I've never had a case where a fingerprint was found on a firearm. And, I mean, so that would be something typically brought out so that the jury's not concerned, because I think, especially in this day and age, the jury thinks, based upon the CSI shows, that we can find pollen that we can tie to the defendant's pollen that fell on him from a tree. And so we just basically, it's basically a matter of just telling the jury this is a non-issue, that it doesn't mean anything. It doesn't mean it was him, it doesn't mean it wasn't him. We just typically don't find it. So I'm not sure I agree that that's a problem. That I think, and there are no statistics as to speak. There's not an analysis, it's just a statement that.
But there are a lot of these hair microscopy cases. A big problem is, in all the cases I've worked in my career, there have only been maybe 5 where, I couldn't identify.
But that's different. That's talking about identification. This is talking about the presence of evidence that is there. That's what I'm looking at. The way I'm reading it, I guess, maybe wrongly, is that when they say that they don't find foreign pubic hair, they're saying that they find no hair that is inconsistent with being the victim's own hair. That it's not, you're not leaving that kind of trace evidence.
This
But
goes
the
back
issue
to
is quantifying it though, right? I think, isn't that the problem with the?
They should have prefaced it with their opinion. In my opinion, in my experience, rather than stating it as a way that.
Right, but she
because
says,
it's-
she says 5%. Where does that figure come from?
Right, exactly.
Yeah, that's the issue, is that she's quantified.
Exactly.
But no one asked her where it came from. How do you know it's not a figure?
This goes back to you're talking about this, which is not my is obviously not my field of law, but I don't understand in a lot of cases why the attorneys just don't skip through all this and just go, the fact that you don't find a pubic hair doesn't mean someone wasn't sexually assaulted by an individual, and just be done with the whole thing. But I know you got to build a lot of it around, but that would have taken care of all of this. If that's the point you're getting to, ask a specific question and be done with it. And that's a lawyer's issue. But then when they start to wax eloquent, then now you got these things you got to try and figure out whether it means anything.
National Commission on Forensic Science says it's a problem that people do not have statistical data on things, and that it's all, it's awful. People can say, well, I've only seen 1 or 2 cases of this in my career. I think it's real rare and such. And people do this all the time. It can be a major problem, or it can be no problem at all.
But in the case of the training, this is a good thing is for the training. I think you picked up the
Yeah.
right one.
We're not
It
finding
is
it's an error.
yeah.
There is no
But
error
it
in a
is-
case that has no positive probative association.
Right.
Why
Yeah.
the state called her is a mystery, except that sometimes they just call
I think they
everyone.
want to show that they did this, they left
Yeah,
no stone unturned.
right.
Right.
I mean, why didn't, exactly. Sometimes you do have to, because if you don't call someone who didn't, it's like, why do you call the assistant officer who really did nothing and doesn't remember anything? Because if you don't call them, then you're going to hear an argument that, wouldn't you have liked to heard from Officer Jones? He was there well. Why didn't the state call him? Maybe it's because he had something negative to say. So I think, again, it is something that as a prosecutor, we do on a regular basis have to call people that have nothing to say. Otherwise, a good defense attorney is going to make the failure to call them evidence of innocence. And I think, so that's what I'm saying. I think that I understand the reason why they went through this. And I think the key is they didn't say anything that was damaging to the defendant. They didn't tie him to the crime. And that's just part of the art of trial work. I mean, I think that.
It's like what Richard said about never having gotten
Yeah,
If you don't put on the witness to say, we did not get fingerprints, you're gonna get a defense lawyer stand up in closing, or maybe just a rogue juror, who said, why didn't they take fingerprints? What are they hiding?
and that's why science, the difference between science and rhetoric. Rhetoric is what we do in courts, and science is what you do in laboratories. And when you try to put them together, there's a certain language difference between that. No scientist would ever talk the way lawyers talk in court, and very few lawyers would talk like scientists. So I just think I think to call this a problem is science trying to get in the business of the law.
I don't think nobody's flagging it as an error. The
But you're
team
saying
is
it's a
not
teaching,
recommending.
you're saying it's a teaching point.
I think any time, I think the groups, I mean, you guys chime in here. I think the idea is just that using probabilities and statistics is an area that should be dealt with cautiously.
That's the teaching point.
That's the teaching
Not,
point.
That's the
not to
teaching
state
point.
statistics.
But is this a specific, I guess what I was took as saying is the sentence that there's an issue with the way this coming out in court, and maybe I'm misunderstanding it.
Well, the reason I think that we were mentioning this section is because one of kind of our ancillary purposes was, even if there's not error that needs to be brought to attention, are there aspects of direct cross and argument that could lead to error? And one of those issues is if you draw an analyst into coming up with some percentage or statistic that's not really based in science, then that could lead to error.
Right, but is this an example of a statistic? I mean, saying that it's in their experience unusual to find something, does that rise, are you saying that
Well,
the,
not that it's unusual, but I think she said
5%,
5% of the
5% of the time.
cases.
So it's using her
When
experience.
you start throwing a percentage in there, a number,
but if they're limiting it to her experience, let's assume it's a correct answer. Let's assume that it really is, of the cases she's looked at, 5% of the time, it's there, and that's the truth. Is that still problematic?
well, that's where it
It
goes.
can be misleading to the jury because unless she says this study that has been done, that has been peer reviewed and validated, shows that in only 5% of the cases pubic hair is present, she's starting to throw statistical numbers into the mix, and it's just a cautionary point for training that you want to be careful in doing that because it can be, because the hair microscopy cases are classic examples of this. They were throwing around all sorts of statistics with no fundamental basis.
But that's a
The
global
egregious
statistic.
ones.
I mean, if it was saying that the scientific literature shows, or based on the studies I've seen, it happens in less than 5%. I guess, again, because she's talking about her personal experience. I mean, if I say that only 3% of the time does my shoe become untied after I tie it, all I'm saying is that's my experience. It has limitations to me. So you can then, I guess you could come back and say, well, you're just talking about your shoes. You don't know about Dr. DeMaio's shoes or Dr. Bernard's shoes. I'm just saying that statement that she's making wasn't a global statement, in which case I would agree. That's just saying her experience.
Right, but Michael Malone, who is the chief error maker in the FBI cases, that's exactly the same context in which he was posed the question. In your experience in the cases you've looked at, and he would come back with these really inflammatory, outrageous numbers that were not based in reality. We're not saying this is that.
Okay.
All we're saying is that when a scientist starts using percentages and data and statistics and things like that, it's an area that people should be cautious about, right?
Mr. Albert, I also think that I think it's just more than anything, just the number. If she would have just testified, in my experience, it rarely happens. I don't find, in my experience, that there's a lot of transferred hairs. I think that the panel wouldn't have an issue with it because we're dealing with just her saying, I think it's rare. But if she's throwing a number out there where people, they like to grasp on the numbers, especially when you think 5%, that's almost never. I think that that's more along the lines of, let's train our analysts to stay away from the numbers that really can't be verified. And I understand that it's opinion and experience, but if you can avoid the throwing in a number, an attachment with your opinion and with things that you're trying to testify about and just use more generalized terms, I think that we would feel more comfortable with that in regards to training.
To take it further, though, what does the analyst do when an attorney on the other side in crossing that person says, well, you said rarely? Can we narrow that down? Does it happen in 10% of the time? Does it happen in 20% of the time?
That's when you
Is
have
is the
to
analyst
check.
supposed to just say, I refuse to answer? Is that, I mean, I'm just asking, is that what the panel think needs to be done?
I mean, maybe say something like, I really don't know that I can quantify it.
Okay.
Something along those lines, but, you know, attaching a number just sounds more official and scientific and accurate.
Okay.
As
Of course, you
opposed
don't-
to just a generalized term.
You don't know whether she actually has the data.
May I say something about that? And, of course, this is the early 90s, and you know, Excel spreadsheets have become our best friend, have they not? And so we should use that more in the lab, and if I were teaching young hair microscopy staff, maybe in the laboratory, we should start tallying with all of our extra time and show how many times I find foreign hairs and put it in a spreadsheet. It could easily be done even by the laboratory. And
So-
certain trends, and therefore you would have, if she had, in her career, analyzed 100 and had been obsessive compulsive and written down every time in some type of spreadsheet, this is what I found. Maybe she could say, you know, I found 5 cases or whatever. So, I mean, we don't know, but.
Right, we don't know in this
it's a good
case.
learning tool in the future.
She could have been, that we don't know whether she wasn't that anal person that actually knows exactly what percentage it is.
Well, you know, we're wasting a lot of time.
Okay.
This is going to be used as a teaching thing.
Right, all the team
And
would
so-
like to say is, dear scientists, please use caution when expressing probability, statistics, anything like that. Likelihood, all those things are,
Unless you have data to back
unless
it
you
up.
have scientific data.
Okay.
I'd
I
rather
don't
see
see that
it be a
hurts.
teaching moment rather than.
That's what it's going to be, a
than
teaching.
all this stuff they do at the feds where you take one line out of a sentence, so.
Yeah.
This is far better.
Does that sound good?
Now we're going to Gomez. think we've
Yeah,
got-
I think Gomez.
I think we got rid of everybody else.
Okay, so let me make sure I get the right page.
Pages seem out of order.
Yeah, I had missing pages too.
Where?
Yeah, they are out of order.
Well, it's only an excerpt.
Yeah.
This is an excerpt.
Could be
Pages.
the number in
Go
different.
for it backwards,
Yeah, because the first page is 246, then we go to
Then there's
242.
42 and 240. But just this backward, you go this way,
Okay, so it's.
from
it's
232.
split. Can you go to page 240? Okay, so this is where we start the part of the transcript that I think the team has questions about. So the lawyer, and this is an analyst from DPS in El Paso. And if you look at line 5 on page 40, the question is, did you do any analysis on any items that were sent to you from El Paso? Answer, yes, I did. Question, one Onesimo Esparza sent you some items. Answer, that is correct. Question, at some point in time, did you do a check on some pulled pubic hairs versus some pubic hairs that you got from evidence sent from El Paso? Answer, yes, I did. Question, what pubic hairs did you compare and what did you compare them to? Answer, the known pubic hairs submitted from several suspects. Some of them came from Michael Meredith. Question, that's not what I'm asking, listen to my question. Did you make a comparison between some pubic hairs and some other pubic hairs? Answer, yes. Question, and what were you trying to do? Answer, perform a hair comparison. Question, did you find any of those hair comparisons or matches that were in fact matches? Answer, yes. Question, what numbers were they from? Answer, one of them was SV64. So he goes, I'm not going to read the whole thing, but that interaction right there is the one that is problematic. And you can see it up on the screen. It's page 241.
We don't have that page.
We're missing several pages.
Okay.
It's 240.
We've got that one.
Yeah, I think when it was copied, I think we copied all the even pages and we left out.
So
Yeah.
it must have gone, it probably wasn't two side to two side.
Yeah.
I apologize for that. We'll have to look at the example on the screen. I don't know,
Make it
can you make
larger?
it any bigger?
Go back to the PDF, and you can probably increase the size. Yeah, at the top there where it says 74%, increase the
Yeah.
size.
To one, yeah, that's it.
The interaction is also copied in the memo that I wrote for you guys. So if you go to your memo and your materials, it's in there.
Okay. Under tab 8.
It says 240, that was 241.
Okay, so this up a little bit more. So I'm gonna, you can just see it there, and we'll go through it again. So the question is, at some point in time, did you do a check on some pulled pubic hairs versus some pubic hairs that you got from evidence sent from El Paso? And the answer is yes, I did. The question is, what pubic hairs did you compare, and what did you compare them to? And the answer is the known pubic hairs submitted from several suspects. Some of them came from Michael Meredith. And then the question is, that's not what I'm asking. Listen to my question. Did you make a comparison between some pubic hairs and some other pubic hairs? Answer, yes. Question, and what were you trying to do? And the answer is perform a hair comparison. Did you find any of those hair comparisons or matches that were in fact matches? Answer, yes. What numbers were they from? And then just to let you know, he goes through the whole analysis of what evidence it was from. So that match, you can
That
just
previous
leave it there.
statement is
That
the
is the
problematic
problem,
statement.
okay?
That's
So
Yes, yes.
the embedded question is using this language of matches, which if the analyst had come out and said, you know, I made a match between the hair in this exhibit and Michael Meredith, victim's hair, and we know that that was what was recovered from the car, which is where these people were taken before they were murdered. So here's the problem. At no point in the transcript does the analyst come out and use that type of language, but he responds to a question with problematic language with a yes answer. Now, in later cross-examination, he does clarify his statements, and he does a really good job on cross. But the question for the group is, what do you do with that? And I think the proposal from the team is that if the analyst clarifies the position close enough in time and with strong enough language that no reasonable person listening to it could make a mistake in understanding what it is that's being communicated, then it doesn't have to be notified to the DA. But if there's doubt about either the space between the clarifying statement or the strength of the clarifying statement, then we would let the DA know that there was that issue.
So in this case, the strength is fine, it's the distance between the
I think
initial
so, yeah.
statement and the cross that is.
Because in cross, he ends up, so if his in fact matches business is on one page, then two pages later during direct, he says, do you have 242 there?
Yeah,
So
we have
this is what he
242.
says. On line 13, let's talk about the quality of the evidence, if we can, in those terms. What does that mean? And the answer is that means the characteristics in a hair which are found in the proximal, middle, and distal of a hair of a known sample, question sample, were also found on a known sample, which in this case would be SV1-13. SV1-13, is that correct? Yes. And the question is, all right, with what certainty can you say those two things came from the same person? And then Mr. Rojas responds and says, hair comparison is not an absolute exclusion of all individuals. Hair comparison, you can only make an association, so it's not, you cannot eliminate every individual. Question, is it likely, unlikely? Can you give it some kind of weight of that nature? Is it an association? And he says this can be associated to that individual, not 100% positive. So that's the clarifying statements that come 2 pages later. And I think there was disagreement and sort of questions generally among team members about the strength, the closeness. Should he have clarified himself in answering yes to that first question, yes but, or what? So it's this is the trickiest one I think we've had.
Most definitely. I mean, first off, you're using a term match, which is not scientifically used in relationship to hair comparison. But now you're also dealing with a situation in which clearly the prosecutor was argumentative towards the forensic expert by saying, no, that's not my question. Are you listening to me? So there was a little bit of hostility structure going on there. And at that point, we're just assuming that the forensic scientist then was just like, okay, yes, it was a match. So the lawyer says, was it a match? Yes, okay. I'm answering yes or no to be done with this. I want to, get out of here, do my testimony.
Stop being abused by you, basically.
But then we have this, on what page, 246?
242.
I mean, the defense attorney did an excellent job.
Yes,
He did,
absolutely.
yeah. No,
He did an excellent job. And so if there had been any ambiguous testimony, it was destroyed by this.
So there are 2 times where there's clarification. What I just read to you and what's up there on page 242 is the direct exam.
I actually think that 242 page is still direct examination.
It is.
Yeah.
That's still direct. Then on cross, Lee, if you can go to 246, the attorney, Gandara, goes straight to the question of, he says on line 9, with respect to the hair samples you compared, what were you able to say is that the hair from the vacuum sample has characteristics similar to a hair sample in that SV1-13, is that correct? And Rojas answers that is correct. Question, but your opinion is that the hairs could have come from the same person. Answer, could have. Yes, sir. Question, could have. And there's no way that hair comparison would constitute a basis for a definite identification of a person. Answer, that is correct. Question, so there's no way you could say for sure as a professional proposition that the hair from the vacuum sample came from the same person as the hair in the sample SV1-13. Answer, to the exclusion of all others. Question, to the exclusion of everybody else. Answer, that is correct. So the cross is clear, crystal.
And it's actually stronger than his testimony.
Right.
Probably because the attorney was less aggressive with him. I don't know, maybe that's speculation.
We're concluding, part of that, but as
Yeah,
you
we're
say,
doing
yes.
voice inflection, I mean,
Right.
because you don't know, I mean, yeah.
No, you don't, but you can tell some
Yeah.
things from the interruptions and the,
And I think we just kind of needed guidance because at what point, is a forensic scientist supposed to interject and correct an attorney if they're asking questions? If they say yes, or say if it's a match, no, I'm going to correct you, it's not called a match. So there's some gray
They
area
should,
here.
yeah.
We
They
just
have to
need
do
some
that, I
If
guess.
they're not
guidance
comfortable-
as to how we're
If they're
looking
not
at these
comfortable with the
transcripts.
question, they should interject.
I'm sorry?
I say if a witness is not comfortable with the question, they should interject.
And I think that's a good training point for them. But in the context of whether when you have this type of situation where if you take it out of context, it's a problem, but in context, it's clarified.
Correct.
I think it's different. I'm not sure I understand the distance the how far from it comes, because depending on how long the direct was, I mean, judging it by page numbers, I mean, again, since we don't, going back to the tone of voice and everything, it isn't the way the question is asked, the forcefulness the questions are asked, the way it's articulated can have a big difference. It isn't necessarily a distance issue, because the direct could have taken 25 pages. And then the cross starts, the first thing the defense attorney does is go and limit this. So I think attorneys would agree that the first thing you address is going to be foremost in the jury's mind, to clarify it. So that, I'm not sure if we're looking at criteria, that the distance in pages would necessarily be a problematic thing. I don't know if that's a good measure, whether it's a big factor or not, is what I'm saying.
So I think the team just doesn't know what to do when you have a problematic yes, uncorrected, and then a later crystal clear dialogue. Which one, what do you do?
But for the defense attorney's questioning, I do think this would be an issue, for sure. It clarified very well, the defense attorney did his job, but it wasn't based on direct, and it wasn't based on volunteering information from the witness. But I think the information eventually got there, but again, at what point are you trying to address? The terminology, I think, earlier was problematic. And this one.
I think the expert was not very good, but I think the defense attorney was very good. And that any misconceptions by his testimony were negated by the cross-exam. So in this case, I wouldn't go any further. But I think you have to take cases like this are going to be problems. Because if you had a weak defense attorney, yes, this is a problem.
Right, if there'd been no cross.
But here, it is so clear, and actually it's later on that the jury would remember that.
Well, I mean, the other side of that is that if you've got a juror that consider was the defense attorney and you know, he's just gonna say whatever, and they've already discounted, even though that was the most clear testimony, I could see where the separation of that could in fact be problematic.
So that was the rationale for really raising it. It's
But
like,
our responsibility here is whether to notify the prosecutor about this.
that's it.
Right, and so following our responsibility in this individual case, I would say the context says there is no need to notify.
But it's good training again.
Yes, it's a good teaching case.
Yes, for both
I
of
agree.
everybody.
I think again, as the law does, we have to assume the jury was listening to everything and weighed the comments and treated it appropriately. I mean, because to do otherwise puts every conviction ever had in question. We have to assume they're awake and speak English and understand the significance of what was said. And that's how the process works. That's each side keeps the other side honest with their questioning. So.
So, I agree. Perfect. So I guess as clarification then, using this as a model, as we go forward and we start looking at upwards of several hundred cases, y'all want us to look at context in determining whether or not there's.
Right, if this case had less of a cross or no cross, if you've got a situation where you're just not sure, where there isn't enough in the transcript to show that what could be concluded to be a misstatement was kind of left ambiguous, then I would say you bring it to our attention. But if we're looking at it as a whole, and assuming the best of the jury, that they were paying attention and listened to everything that was said, if it's answered, we don't need to hear that.
So,
my position.
I
would
think
agree.
the team is probably gonna be inclined in all cases that are borderline to bring the transcript in and put it up there and ask for judgment call.
I agree with that.
Yep.
That's a good thing to do.
Do you guys have any other thoughts, questions?
No, I just want to, if I may, I went through a project that was done the other way, where we were presented in Houston with a serology review that had been done by Michael Bromwich, where they investigated the Houston Police Department, and they notified us of every error, was not in context. And there was a lot of hullabaloo and a lot of expectation of people being wrongfully convicted, and everybody was very animated about it. It turned out to be in context, much ado about nothing, to the extent that after the fact, and after I'd spent a lot of hours and there had been a lot of money spent, I talked to Bromwich and he said, I feel like I sent you on a fool's errand. And I did not agree with that. It needed to be done. We found one case that's still outstanding. But by and large, had it been done in context, I think it would have kept a lot of people's expectations, including the defendants, from being raised artificially, that there was some real problem. There might have been teaching aspects to that, as there are here, that were valuable. But in terms of notifying people and getting the system involved, had there been a common sense view of the context of the problem, it would have saved a lot of people a lot of needless expectation, money, and work.
Sure, it'd be like looking at transcripts and seeing how often the prosecution witnesses lie. And all you do is count the number of times the word lie shows up in a transcript without putting it into context during the court's opinion, where the court says the accusation was they lied, but we find no evidence of that. If you just count the word, then it gives a false sense that it's a bigger problem than it is.
I also think that in these cases, due to the significance of the sentences, we're going to let the lawyers know how this was analyzed and what the conclusion was. And if they want to come back and make a different argument in front of the commission, then
Sure.
they can do it. I don't think that's going to happen. And I think, frankly, in Gomez, when we first looked at this case, before the team decided to remove significance to the outcome as a question, this case had been booted due to lack of significance of the hair, because the other evidence is so overwhelming. I mean, this was probably the most overwhelming of all of the others. But it's important to go through this because I think now we know going forward how to approach the transfer.
Well, I think this case is the one that brings up the issue as to we should look at some of these. And some of them seem very clear cut that, I think the recommendation was right on the money, but these are the kind that, it was the most troublesome of the ones we looked at today.
It's tricky, and there are very, very lively discussions in the team meeting, and usually the thing that I find the most entertaining is that the people you would expect to argue one way argue the other side, and the ones you expect to argue, and they flip roles. The scientists don't flip anything, but the lawyers go back and forth, and it makes for a very comprehensive and thoughtful conversation about how these things need to be handled. Do you want to take a break?
I think we should. We've been going 2 hours now, and the next break's going to be lunch, so we add the 2 hours, so. Okay, Frank?
Yeah, I don't know if there's anything that we can do with you, or...
I'd love to, but
Okay.
we can talk about it.
Okay, let's start off with, let's reconvene the meeting. Do we have to close out item number 8?
Is there anything else that anyone has on hair? I do think that the commission should know how much work the people who are sitting here behind me have put into this. And not just in terms of all the travel to Austin, taking time out of their jobs, reviewing miserable lists and lab reports that can barely be deciphered, that are taken from, what's that thing where you go,
Microfiche. Microfiche, yeah.
then in the libraries. I mean, just a tremendous amount of work. And also commitment to the process and to having an honest and authentic discussion. And I think there's no way that the commission could have come this far or get through this without these folks. So I think the commission I personally am in their debt, for sure.
Thank you.
Yep, appreciate your work.
Great
Really
job.
appreciate it.
And the only thing I can offer is that if there's anything we can do to help you, just call us. Call Christina Cap, and she'll readily talk with you and see if there's anything she can add or give advice for. And if you need her number, I can get you the numbers.
That'd be helpful.
Okay.
Okay, so let's start at item number 1, which is review and adopt the minutes. Does anyone want to discuss the minutes? Anyone want to? Okay. Okay.
Second.
Aye? I mean,
Aye.
nay is universal. Item number 2 is Lynn's.
So, there's a budget update at tab 2, which basically just shows everything, doesn't have any substantive changes compared with last time when we talked about it. It just shows additional monies that have been expended since the last time we met. And there was one interesting thing that happened, which is the university notified us that we had been charged for DIR, which is the Department of Information Resources, fees for another department in the university as well as for ours, I think. Do you want to talk about that?
Yeah, sure. So we got reimbursed for almost a full year and a half worth of internet charges. But it's basically because Sam Houston State University, there's one agency number, and we share that with Sam Houston State University. And so part of the rec sports department at Sam Houston was on our bill, and we've been paying it for about a year and a half. So we got reimbursed, which is actually a good thing, because we get funds that were expended last year into our budget now. And so that was about $5,600 that we had.
And what was interesting is I looked back through the invoices because I was like, okay, well, shouldn't we have flagged this? But it has Lee's phone number and my phone number,
Yeah, there's no way to
and
tell.
that's it. It doesn't show like, oh, and Joe Smith from the rec people and this other person where I would have been like, wait a minute, those people aren't part of our agency.
You won't see that till.
It's all very opaque, right? It's really interesting. So we had that mistake, but it's always good when the money's coming in your direction.
So are you going to advocate a forensic analysis of your budget?
You might want to mention the local account.
The other thing is that, like a year and a half ago, almost $4,000 appeared in our local account. And we love our local account because you can use it for a lot more flexible things than the general revenue. So we were like, where did that come from? How did that get there? Where's that? You know, and we were just told that was money from Judge Hervey, when we do conferences with her, she reimburses us and pays us a check, and they said this was an accurate accounting. We said, we don't think that's our money. Well, almost 2 years have gone by, and the other day, they said, well, we are cleaning up the accounts, and your balance is now $42. We're like, I guess that wasn't our money all this time. It just took them almost 2 years to clean it up. I'm not quite sure how they function with that kind of accounting, but they got it right eventually. We knew it was, we didn't spend it because the whole time we were thinking, that's not,
Maybe we
that
should.
really probably shouldn't be there, because we know how much Judge Hervey sent us for her portion of the seminar, and this is more than that. So,
Well, that's not a unique event solely limited to that sort of circumstance. That
in
happens,
the county too?
It happens everywhere.
that happens all over. That's why they go back and do audits and they find out, oh,
So I think it can be as simple as a keying error where there's so many accounts that, So that's our situation with Sam Houston State University. And we have hired our new part-time administrator, Catherine Adams, who's here with us. Catherine's background is in in managing large litigation. She was an IP paralegal in Dallas and also in Austin, so she knows how to get us organized and make sure we can track everything and have all of our cases in the database that we paid to develop. So that's, Catherine's joining us on a part-time basis, 25 hours a week. And you all had approved that. It just took us a while to not because we didn't want to, but because it just takes a while. That's it for this.
Okay.
Do you have anything else? Oh, the copier. So we've had a complete disaster with our copier. We had, we talked about the copier, buying the copiers that will do all the binding and everything, and they mismeasured our space. The copier's too big for the space, so we have to have the facilities commission come in and put a new plug that can handle this copier in the only space where it will fit. And I don't know if you all work with the facilities commission, but that's quite a process. Like, it takes a long time for them to do stuff. So I have the copier sitting in my office in pieces. And it should, once the electrician who's there working right now, once he installs the plug, we should be able to move it out of my office into its spot and then get everything together. But I just wanted to let you know they're not charging us for that until it's actually functioning and they've trained us on it. Dr. DeMaio saw it firsthand the other day.
Yes. Interesting. Okay, I think we can go on to the third item, which is Dr. Heisenberg, to discuss discussion and consider recommendations from the Complaints Screening Committee.
Okay, we had a couple of things that flowed through, and one of them was the response to the NMS letter. And I was told that this is something that we'd have some help with, since
Well,
basically it's one person saying they didn't get this or they didn't follow that, and there were no results.
I guess that's how you define the word help. This is a fairly convoluted complaint, and it deals with medical examiner's autopsy on two different cases from the, I believe it to be the same place, that ultimately led to an OSHA violation and prosecution and sentence to the, I guess, the owner of the company. And so there's several issues of complaint. The first deals with a gentleman who was working on the top of a tank, and there is debate, in my mind, debate, because the one witness was wearing a monitor which never went off, and this guy collapsed. She says the tank was never open. There is another witness that said the tank was open, but we don't have a statement submitted on the second witness who saw it open, so not all the information is here. There is a little bit of a question. In one part, they say that hydrogen sulfide was in the tank, and then there's another that there's some question whether that's true or not. We don't have that sort of environmental analysis. But the specimens were sent off at different times. The first reading was negative, and a subsequent later specimen was positive, but they were two different tests run. The first test, which was negative, was the sulfhemoglobin, which should be negative. So there's not a same test run. The first test is negative, the second test is positive, at which point you're going, what does this mean? The second test that was run was positive at a fairly elevated level. And so the report indicated that this is the kind of level that you would see in people that in the past have been exposed to hydrogen sulfide. One of the complaints was that the tube that was used doesn't match the labeling that they have requiring a lavender tube. Well, that labeling, as defended by NMS, is for clinical specimens. And they have their own stability testing, which they've listed for gray tops, and this was a gray top. So, from what I can see, the result is the result. The report, again, they're saying that the toxicologist conclusively made a statement. That's not really what this statement is saying that based on the results we've had, that these are the levels that you've seen in people exposed. So I don't really see anything wrong with that. The technical argument about gray top tubes, they seem to have defended. And then the question about them accepting a specimen that's older and then the, not knowing the conditions that the specimen was kept in. And in reading the deposition of the medical examiner, he didn't know the conditions that his own specimens were kept in, which I, at least before I got in the deposition, I think knowing that would be an issue, I'd find that out if I didn't know. So, I don't know that there's anything particularly significant on that. From a forensic standpoint or from a medical examiner standpoint, the question of whether there was, the cap was open or not is significant. What was in the tank is significant. And so the analysis seems to be accurate for what they did. The testing result is what it is. The second case has some the circumstances are, in my reading, that this gentleman drove his truck that had chemicals, none of which I can identify. Of course, chemistry was something for me to be survived, not embraced. But I can't see that any of these chemicals lead to hydrogen sulfide in any mixture. He got out, goes into an office, and is on the phone, and then starts having trouble and collapses. And then ultimately, 2 different tests were done. One was from the autopsy specimen that was sent in a, as best I can tell, a gray top tube. I believe it's a gray top tube that had just above their reportable limit. And then the second specimen was a hospital specimen, which I think was a green tube. And it was below their reportable, but it still detected that there was hydrogen sulfide. From reading this, I can't get a good idea of how this guy was exposed to hydrogen sulfide from a medical examiner standpoint. And he has substantial coronary artery disease, which in and of itself we see every day. People drop dead with the same sort of disease. The analysis, again, the results are what there are. The report was a little bit further than the previous one, where they made more of a statement saying that they felt that maybe with the degree of disease he has, that played a role, and then the medical examiner used that in his call. So I'm not sure. I mean, it's certainly the commission's call. Ultimately, in my opinion, the medical examiner has the responsibility to take everything in and make the decision themselves. And if I had a result that I couldn't really explain, I don't know that I would use that result, whether the test was correct or not. So I think it's a commission decision, but again, it was a fairly convoluted, and we don't really have all the information I would want if I was making the call myself.
We also received some follow-up information which I passed around from the complainant yesterday afternoon. And frankly, just because of the late time when we got it, we haven't really had a chance to look at it. I don't even think Dr. Bernard has had a chance to look at it.
Quickly, but information that shows up the day before, I think we're going to need to make some decisions about whether you just table something, you don't include something, but it's very difficult when you're driving, and it's certainly not recommended to try and read that on your phone while you're driving. So,
I think we need a cutoff time. We have to be here to the commission at least 2 weeks ahead of time.
Can I comment? I can't get involved in this case because somehow I'm connected. I have no idea how I am. It's just that I know the case, and so I must have had some connection years ago. So I'm out.
so I think it's up to the commission. If others have read it that have more background in toxicology and have an opinion, that's great. But like I said, the ultimate decision is the medical examiners. As far as some of the complaints that are made, it seemed like they were resolved in their responses. Again, if you want to argue that the toxicologist should not be able to give this kind of opinion, I think that's what toxicologists do on a regular basis. So I don't know that there's anything incorrect. I may not agree with their opinion, but if they give their opinion is their opinion. So.
Would you recommend that we table this till the next meeting?
I don't.
Well,
Because of the
I haven't looked at it enough, but it seems to be a repeat of what already came in, at least in talking about not posting stability of specimens. I don't know that that's going to get resolved unless we want NMS to respond back to that last letter.
I completely agree with Dr. Barnard because this is really nothing with the toxicologist. Toxicologists tested whatever they gave them, they gave the result, and that was with Dr. Medical Examiner. We do it every day, something like that. That's nothing is strange in this case that the other cases.
So the opinion about the hydrogen sulfide, you think is within the realm of what a toxicologist normally would say?
That's normal thing. If they test them, they will
I would have
say.
not asked their opinion, because
But-
I would have looked at my investigative information, and if it didn't make any sense, then I would have to go back to, why do we have that? Was there something, because supposedly specimens are stable 20 centigrades, some 20 centigrade and below, and if it gets hot, then you can get some generation. Well, were these kept unrefrigerated? Well, maybe, maybe not. But again, that still, to me, falls back to the lab, to the medical examiner, and whether they should or should not have requested information on that, that's a little bit outside of my expertise, quite frankly.
And my understanding is that the different medical examiners, that they have a contract with the laboratory, have different criteria. Some of them, they want the opinion in their report, some of them, they don't. So that's basically is something between client and the laboratory.
It's obvious that he says that he basically made his ruling based on their opinion, but ultimately the opinion
That's
is the
not-
medical
nothing to
examiner's
do. Yeah.
decision, and the responsibility is that.
And that's not the first time.
So, I mean, ultimately, it's going to be the commission's. I personally do not believe that I can see a true violation by them, but again, it's the commission's decision.
So you would be looking for any indication of negligence or misconduct?
I can't see it. I mean, I've seen their responses, which seem to make sense to me.
Not with the laboratory.
Yeah, well, that's all that we have the ability to deal with here.
And issues with the medical examiner's handling get sent to the board of the Texas Board of,
Well,
They'll reject it. They say it's outside their area of expertise.
if this was an accredited laboratory at that time, which I don't believe that it was, there would be some, on the inspection, some checklist as to how specimens are maintained. I don't believe it was accredited.
Not laboratory, medical examiner, Dr. Barnard was
I
saying.
think
If
there's
it
only-
was, it's not, that place is not name accredited.
Pardon?
It is not.
I don't
That's
think
not.
it is.
It is not name accredited.
I
So-
think he sold the business. Okay.
So, again, I still think it all falls back to the medical examiner more so than the laboratory. If there was something that was clear cut, I'd say we should have an investigation. It's still up to the commission if they want to do an investigation. I just can't see that the issue sits at the lab.
I concur.
The only thing
I agree.
the only thing I would say is where some of the confusion between the two parties is, again, from the lab there, I suppose what they expect for their specimens and what they want in terms of the type of tube, the storage conditions, the length of time, etc. Maybe those instructions could be a little clearer.
Right, and their
To avoid
response
that.
is,
They
that's
have,
clinical,
they're doing it.
that's for the clinical
Exactly.
specimen.
But that's
So-
not very clear on here.
Right, so if there was anything, if they wanted to have a set of requirements for forensic specimens,
Yeah.
autopsy specimens, then maybe that would be a little clearer
Rather than just
regarding
ring
this.
us. Right, I mean, they were saying, well, we recommend
not
that you
accept the
ring
case.
us or don't accept it.
Right.
But I think if people are using those
Yeah.
as guidance of what to submit and when to submit it, I think if it was my recommendation, I would recommend that the lab actually beef that up to make that extremely clear, to avoid
Yeah.
that confusion
Of
again.
course, the medical examiner, if the medical examiner had looked at that and that was what his driving force was,
That's
he didn't
right.
comply at all.
Exactly.
And frankly, you know, the medical examiners use gray top tubes that's got preservative in it, so lavender tubes are, you know, not as routinely used by anybody. So, again.
I think we should still come to some decision up until what cutoff we can accept materials to evaluate. And make a decision that there has to be some time limit to where they have to get us the materials for us. It can't be at the last minute. Can't be driving to Austin.
So we would put on the complaint submission form, we already say if you don't submit this complaint within 2 weeks of the meeting, then it will be considered for the next meeting. But what we need to say is, and if you plan to give us any supplemental materials, those also have to be in within 2 weeks.
Right.
Any meeting where you would like them to be considered.
I would just say to maybe not just on the complaint form, because in this instance, it wasn't the complainant, or it was the complainant, but it could be the laboratory or someone else.
Yep.
So we should probably put it in our policies and procedures.
We can put it, but I don't have policies and procedures amendment on the agenda, so we'll make those revisions and bring them back for a vote
Okay.
next time. You can take a look at what we do.
All right. So we have a couple of new disclosures. 1502, a disclosure by the DPS.
So
I'm sorry, go ahead.
what do you guys want to do with that?
I thought you were going to get it to us.
No, I'm gonna do that, but what do you want to do with the?
Well, I'm satisfied with Dr. Bernard's. If he's not comfortable, then I don't think that there's anything we really should do, but it doesn't appear to be evidence of anything that, any type of inappropriate activity in terms of the laboratory. But if that's what he's recommending, then I think we should consider that.
What I'm saying is I don't see it, and I think that, I don't see any sort of negligence. I do agree that if you had something posted, which gives somebody who doesn't like the result something very technical to point to, though I don't know from a laboratory standpoint that there was an issue because they have a response back to it, but in terms of the topic brought up, but
So you're
again,
recommending we dismiss the complaint?
I think it's a dismissible case.
I'll make that motion to dismiss it.
I second it.
All in
I'm not
favor?
told I can't even speak.
Dr. Heisenberg?
Okay, all in favor of dismissing the complaint?
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? Any abstentions? I guess the complaint is dismissed.
Oh, okay, well, I was waiting for that, guys.
Yeah.
Okay, so the new disclosure is from the DPS Breath Alcohol Calibration Laboratory in Austin, reporting the issuance and use of an toxicological machine that was incorrectly calibrated. And they've discussed all the evidence they have. It seems pretty straightforward. I'm not quite sure. They recommended that they relook at this maybe next year again, based upon some, they prepared a quality assurance plan, which seemed to be in order.
I think this is fallout from, we had received a disclosure from them about some reference material that was not certified that had
Right.
been distributed in error. And I think they thought all of that was destroyed, but it looks like one lab, or one, I don't know if it's technically a lab, but one facility that does breath testing obtained the material that should have been destroyed from another source, not from DPS, but from another source because they ran out. And that's how it got reintroduced into the supply, and that's why it was used. And so if you see in the materials, many animated emails from Heather Greco, who it looks like she does a lot of the coordinating of the breath alcohol program, basically telling them you better destroy this stuff. So I think they've also done audits, and Matt Cowan, who is the scientific director for the whole state, is here. So if I'm misspeaking, please correct me. Okay. So this is basically fallout from, they tried to make sure all those lots were destroyed, and one of them got reintroduced into the supply chain. And because, I guess the way the analysts pick the stuff is using a drop-down menu, and there wasn't enough sort of numerical difference for the analyst to really see, wait, I'm picking the wrong, this is not certified reference material and I should know it. So they've taken steps also in that process to make sure that they're not easily confusable, so that if they end up with a bad lot, that they know, oh wait, I can't use this one. Is that right?
First thing is, it should have never escaped, but it did. So we've taken steps to make sure that no uncertified solution will ever leave our lab. But then if there was one that got out, to try to make it more, when you get to that drop-down box, the lot solution numbers are a lot more identifiable. You're not going to have two with really close numbers. Again, we changed the way that we number them, so it will make that more difficult. Also, as we move to the new instrument, they will be barcode scanned. So once again, much less likely to, instead of using a drop-down box, we'll barcode scan them, and so we'll reduce that as well. So we've taken even more steps in that, but a number of steps to just make sure that doesn't happen again.
It seems like they've done everything they could do at this particular point. The recommendation is really not to worry about this until next year, if it'll do anything.
So the motion would be to tell DPS that no further action is
Correct.
required beyond what they've explained to us as their action plan.
Yes, that would be my recommendation, and that's to the rest of the committee to vote on.
You want to make a motion? Aye. Who votes aye?
All right.
Aye.
Nay?
Did we get a second?
I second.
Oh,
Okay.
great.
Okay.
Next,
Next is
Orchard.
15-01, complaint against Orchid Cellmark Dallas. I'm not seeing any problem myself. They did a lot of DNA testing. They've issued reports about their testing. And they listed that they found a mixture of at least 2 individuals, including at least 1 male, and deemed can be excluded as possible attributive. Now, I'm not sure what the complaint is actually that they've, and we have a subsequent handwritten email which that the commission originally voted to dismiss the complaint of negligence and misconduct. Doesn't seem like they did anything incorrectly. They performed the correct testing that was asked for. So I'm not sure what the real basis for the letter is.
The only thing is that when we told him he didn't articulate anything that we could understand where the negligence or misconduct was coming in, and he wrote back and said pretty much the same thing again. So this, I think, I cannot identify in the communication.
From what I understand, he's saying the negligence is that they didn't test everything
Right.
available.
Right, and that means he needs to talk to a lawyer about whether he has any grounds under chapter 64 to get anything else that might be remaining retested. But that is not a negligence or misconduct.
They tested a lot of evidence. I'm not sure what was alleged that was not testified. They gave results back on everything that they tested. It's not clear to me what evidence, specific evidence they're referring to.
I think we should just probably tell him that, I mean, what I was going to suggest was that we just send a letter providing the information about the various legal resources like we do, and saying that we, your fundamental allegation is failure to test. That is not something that we control. That is a court, that is what the criminal justice system decides, and you should talk to a lawyer about whether there's any legal remedies, because, I mean, they tested what they were requested to be tested.
Do we need a motion? Since
Yeah.
We've already dismissed it once. Do
Okay.
we need a motion to redismiss it?
Just instruct me to send them a letter saying, and the last thing is, and absent any additional material, new information, we won't be considering further correspondence.
Okay. Someone make a motion?
I've table the motion.
Second?
Second.
Who votes aye?
Aye.
Nay? Okay. There's one other section on this, which seems more for Lynn. That bottom summary of jurisdiction.
That's just background for you guys.
Oh, okay, because,
We just leave it in there whenever, so that you, just to refresh your
Yes.
recollection.
On that last vote, I abstained because my office did the autopsy.
the next section is the update on the arson case review.
Hello, Nick Vilbus with the Innocence Project of Texas. Not a whole lot to update on the arson review from last time. We're actually wrapping up a transcript review right now on a case that came to us after the initial review started because he was convicted in, I think, 2012, 2013, after we started the review. The Fire Marshal's office actually already was aware of the case and had looked at it in a limited fashion. So I think we're going to bring that case to the panel. So we're still just working through cases as they come through. We're still working on the fire marshal's cases where they're sending us their cases to look at. We've completed up through 2008, so we're continuing with that as we go. So everything's working as it should be, I think. I'm going to be presenting with them in a couple of months, some large conferences. So it's getting the proper attention it deserves, I think, slowly but surely. And hopefully we can be an example for other states. That's the goal with going to the conferences and sharing the information, is to try to get someone else to do this as well. So I think we're doing about as much as we can right now.
Good.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else want to comment? Okay, what's going on to the informational presentation on Texas breath alcohol testing program?
I brought a copy of the PowerPoint presentation if anybody would like it.
It's being handed out.
Stand anywhere? Okay. Hi, I'm Matt Callan. I'm the scientific director of the breath alcohol laboratory. It's part of the crime lab, so Brady Mills is my immediate supervisor, and then we're part of the law enforcement services support division, not services, law enforcement, and assistant director Skylar Hunter. So we're all in his section. So we are part of the crime lab. But a little bit unlike the crime lab, we are a statewide program. So about 3,000 of the 5,000 operators that we have are not DPS troopers. So that kind of, about 2,000 of the 5,000 are. Some of the forensic scientists that you'll see, we call technical supervisors. Today, I looked it up, and 29 work for DPS and 19 work for other laboratories around the state. And then some of the, well, we'll get into the PowerPoint, it'll explain. So there's a scientific director. We're going to talk about administrative rules, instrumentation, technical supervisors, that's both DPS and local, and then drug test operators. Okay, just so that you'll get a little bit of perspective, the applied consent law in Texas was passed in 1969, and just prior to that, in 1968, the state had started to set up this statewide program. So it's getting close to 50 years that we've been doing statewide breath alcohol testing in Texas. Breath alcohol testing started evidentially in law enforcement in the late 30s in Indiana, and anyway, Texas got into it statewide under a single set of rules in 1969. And then the legislature gave the Department of Public Safety the authority to write these rules, which we call the Texas, or the breath alcohol testing regulations. And then from that, it established the scientific director and then technical supervisors. And you can see we have technical supervisors that work for cities, counties, some are private, and BPS. For example, a city would be El Paso, PD, that would be a city. County, Tarrant County Medical Examiner's Office, SWIFT's in Dallas. Private, there's a group in the Rio Grande Valley, San Antonio, and then the greater Fort Worth, Dallas area. And then DPS, we're pretty much all over the state. And then we have breath test operators. And once again, they're not all troopers. Many of them are police departments, like right here in Austin. They have many certified breath test operators. Then we have them county, state. And there are even a handful of federal agents that are certified as Texas breath test operators. Okay. Our newest regulations were revised in 2015. We deal with, I won't read them all as we go through there. But those are the various categories that they deal with. Some of them are approvals, some of them are certifications. The job of the Office of Scientific Director, my office, is that we test, evaluate, certify equipment, we devise, test, and certify scientifically valid testing methodologies and techniques, coordinate and ensure compliance with federal requirements, and then we have regulatory oversight of all evidential breath alcohol testing programs within the state. We directly manage the technical supervisor, forensic scientists that work for DPS, but then we regulate the others. We are a scientific resource for the state legislature. This year we haven't had to go down there, so it's been pretty nice. We do instrument certification. The regulations set the criteria. For example, just for visual aid, this is the current instrument, the Intoxilizer 5000. That's what we're using statewide. They will be replaced probably beginning late summer with the Intoxilizer 9000. And so I found that it's sometimes beneficial for people to see them because they also know the little handheld units, they call them PBTs, preliminary breath testers. They're non-evidential in Texas. So a lot of police officers have them. They're useful tools if they're maintained, but they're not evidential. They don't fall under our prerogative. So any police officer can basically buy a handheld device and use it. Most of the courts, if they allow it at all, it's a pass-fail. They don't allow them to testify to a number. Once they meet the criteria for everything, then they're placed on an approved compliance list. And then in techniques and methods, we have a deprivation period called the waiting period. If you've just had a drink recently, that alcohol can linger in your mouth for about 10 or 12 minutes. So our waiting period is 15 to make sure that if you've had a drink recently, then it's gone. Also, we make sure that they don't put anything in the mouth, and that would even include an actual regurgitation. So if you had alcohol in your stomach and it somehow got back into your mouth, so if that's noticed, then they would start the waiting period over again. There are other methods for detecting that instrumentally. There are 3 other things. So the combination between the deprivation period and the internal features built into the instrument make mouth alcohol not really a problem. But it does come up in almost every case. It'll be questioned. There are control standards. The DPS laboratory in Austin is a certified reference material manufacturer. Mr. Ron Oliver here is our CRM analyst. And that was one of the things that we did that I didn't mention to make sure that no solution ever escaped uncertified again. We brought in a special individual. Also, Heather Greco, who you mentioned, has been brought on after that occurred, so that escape, if you will. So we've set in place a lot of additional controls. Our unit of reporting is always grams per 210 meters. All breath testing has to be overseen by a certified technical supervisor. And when you get a test, this is what the report, we call it a test record, that's printed by this device. It's actually printed on a laser printer, so that's been compressed a little bit, but it's an 8.5 by 11 sheet of paper. Then as we go to the Toxilizer 9000, it's a little bit difficult to see from here, but there's a lot more information. We've gone to 2 calibration verifications rather than one at the beginning and one at the end, or after each breath sample, so that we've got it bracketed so that if there was any concern that somehow it broke after the instrument broke, after the first reference sample verification and before the second subject, those questions are answered. There's a lot more on the record to try to actually make it easier to read. And the biggest thing we've heard back from prosecutors who've seen some of the sample analytical reports, they like the fact that we've got this list of data there. It can be confusing, so we put the subject results up at the top in big and bolder print, so it's easier for everybody to separate that out. We have technical supervisors. Once again, they're degreed scientists. They'll have some sort of scientific degree, chemistry or biology. They have to have a minimum number of credits in chemistry, so they are scientists. Then they have to attend the Borkenstein course, which is a specialty course for blood and breath alcohol people to talk about the effects of alcohol and the like. Then they go to a breath test operator school. We are starting 6 consecutive weeks of operator school at DPS next week, so if anyone is ever interested and want to drop by and visit and just monitor part of the school for a day, from this commission, they'd be more than welcome. Just give us a call and we can show you what that looks like. Then the Office of Scientific Director, once again, we have courses of instruction that we provide as well. There's manufacturer training. And then in the end, the technical supervisors have to do some proficiency testing actually in the laboratory, but they also have to take a certification examination and to make sure that they're fully up to speed before they are certified. Their responsibility includes basically anything that goes on into their breath test area. They do maintenance or repair of instruments. They provide training and technical expertise to operators. And they provide testimony in criminal, civil, and administrative courts of law. We have 5 different breath test operator schools. We have one at the Texas DPS Training Academy. There's one at Tarrant County College, Midland College, El Paso PD, and then Forensics Incorporated. They're mobile, and so they tend to contract with various agencies around the state. I think their next school is in Allen PD, which is in the Metroplex area. You can go onto their website and see where their next school is going to be. It's very valuable to have one that can move around. If you want to look at our breath test operator manual, it is online. It's been there a long time. It's on the DPS website. It's in a PDF format, and it's word searchable, so if you ever have any questions about how an instrument works, that's the place to go. It's available to everyone.
Matt, can I ask a question? That manual, is that going to be, that's for the old instrument, or is it going to, when the new instrument comes out, there'll be a new manual coming out?
That's correct.
And what's the latest date on the publication of the operator manual?
It will probably be August. We're hoping to start the installation of the new instruments late summer, so they'll correspond
Is there some time frame that all agencies have to switch over to the new instrument?
Yes, all of the instruments that were in the state are going to be replaced. We were fortunate enough to get a TxDOT NHTSA grant, and so through that grant, we have purchased 595 instruments. We have about 400 test sites statewide, so we have plenty of instruments for schools, spares, and each one. My guess is from the time we begin till the time everything is replaced, it's going to probably be about 6 months. So sometime in the first quarter of next year, should have everything switched from the 5,000 to the 9. We have about 5,000 operators. They represent about 500 law enforcement agencies. That number actually may be a little low on the 500. And there's conduct about 40,000 subject tests annually. The Texas DPS breath alcohol laboratory is accredited for calibration. SWIFT's is also, and Sherman County Medical Examiner's Office. The others that I mentioned that are around the state, none of them are accredited at this time, and they're not required. However, what we do at DPS is that through our regulatory authority, when we do our at least annual inspections, we do an inspection just as if it's an ASCLD inspection. So they're held to the same standards, but they're not accredited. Some of the laboratories will become accredited. Some of them are so small that they may only have one person, and it would be very difficult for a one-person lab to ever become accredited. But we're going to continue to hold them to that standard. That's basically what that one says. We're going to hold them to that standard. Quality assurance, as we mentioned, Mr. Oliver is our CRM analyst, and so this would be an example. I can pass them around. You can take the lid off if you'd like to. These solutions are good for a year. There's a label on them, and they're sealed like if you went to some pharmaceutical, and so these CRMs are used to calibrate all of the intoxilizers all over the state. So regardless of whether you're in El Paso or the Rio Grande Valley or Texarkana, all of the instruments are calibrated with certified reference materials. So that standardizes.
I have a question for this. Is there any reason there is no date on it and or initial of the who made it?
The date is actually part of the lot number. So it was made in February of 15, and then through our policy, they last for 2 years. So this would expire in 17.
But I think according to ISO, you have to have a date of expiration on that and the person that made it. I think, I don't know, I might be.
That'd be on
I
our
might
certificate
be.
of calibration.
Yeah.
That's published. It has all that information, including the analytical information, the analysts performed it when it was done, what type of instrumentation was done, with actual printouts from the headspace gas chromatograph where they were analyzed.
But this helps if you put the data on it. It might help your analyst to throw it away when it expires, because they just keep seeing it. That's. I thought that was it. That actually is one of the requirements. Yes.
And then calibrations for all instruments are available on the internet. Normally, you can just Googleize intoxilizer and the serial number, and it will come up with the instrument. So if you want to see them, they're also in a group file, if you know where to go. But sometimes there's a question in court as to whether or not an instrument was certified. They can just find that out very quickly by going online. We would love to, as time moves forward and money and availability and all that, get more and more and more of our stuff. We've got the operator manual online. We've got this online. The more stuff that we can get out there, the better it is for everybody. Texas case law, even prior to some of the federal case law that came down, technical supervisors have always had to testify and interpret evidence in breath test cases. So in Texas, where I said we have in total over 50 people that are certified in this breath test program, that's more than most other states combined. You might in California have 10 or 20 people that are certified to do this. Oklahoma, 1 or 2, Louisiana, 1 or 2. But because we've always had to interpret the evidence in court in breath test cases, the Texas program has always had a large number of forensic scientists compared to others, and it's a great advantage that we have. Go over some advantages and disadvantages just real quick. Probably aware of them. With the advantages with blood, you can see it, you can touch it, you can retest it. As Richard Alpert has been instrumental very much in that. It's a big benefit to blood. Juries may like blood better. It's a little hard to tell. Defense attorneys are less familiar for now, so it makes the case a little bit easier to prosecute. The results are almost a little higher than breath, about 10%. They may be forcibly taken, and there's no waiting period for that. For blood, the disadvantage, it costs more, takes more time, it's a biohazard, there's some chain of custody issues. The person who drew the blood may be a reluctant witness. I think we're working through that a little bit now. It's not quite as big a problem as it was for a while. Then the expertise required to competently conduct the analysis is very high. We have great people in our toxicology lab here, but they're highly skilled. The advantage for breath is cost, time, fewer reluctant witnesses. The technical supervisors right now, and Brady, my boss, Mr. Mills, is really working on this, but generally speaking, over time, the technical supervisors have been a little more highly trained on extrapolation, pharmacology, physiology than the blood alcohol, because they didn't testify very much. They're going to court now, they're having to get that expertise, and so that will level out. But generally speaking, right now, your technical supervisor, on average, is a little more experienced. It's no biohazard, and our breath test operators, our police officers, learn to operate an instrument in 36 hours. With the 9,000, we're going to probably cut that down to about 30 hours or 24 hours. It's just so simple to operate. It won't take a full week. Breath disadvantage, you can't retest it. We do get 2 separate samples, and they have to match within 0.02, but you cannot retest it. Juries may like blood better. You do at least have the argument that if someone had a very high body fever, like 102 degrees Fahrenheit, it might be enough to raise the result by a 0.01. So generally sick people who are intoxicated are really intoxicated in the way that they look. But that's an issue that comes up. The result is almost always lower than blood. Defense attorneys are very familiar. Cannot be forcibly taken. We have a waiting period. And so those are some of the disadvantages. The biggest challenges in the courtroom really exist for both. You have extrapolation because in Texas, we have to prove that they were intoxicated at the time of driving. Most states, upward of between 35 and 40, just go with the time of the test, usually within 2 or 3 hours, and that's the standard. So there's a lot of argument in court over extrapolation. You can still have a refusal, although with blood, it can be forcibly removed. And I think you're probably familiar in Texas, a lot of jurisdictions are using subpoenas, warrants from a judge or a JP or the like, and so they're getting the so-called no refusal weekends. Both get a tremendous amount of discovery. Some of it, if you're on our side, seems a little unreasonable sometimes. They ask for things that we simply can't provide because we don't have. And then a very common thing is the videotape doesn't show someone that's noticeably impaired. If you could tell by looking, we wouldn't need blood and breath tests. We would just take better videos. But as you people know, that very experienced drinkers don't always show very many physical signs. And then we sometimes have sympathetic jurors believe either falsely or incorrectly that they've driven while intoxicated. Pretty much that's an overview of what we do. We welcome you at any time to come to our lab, and we can answer any questions that you might have.
I have a suggestion. When you're the gap on the as far as the blood versus breath, I think one of the biggest advantages we found with the increased use of blood is the detection of drugs.
Yes.
And to me, that's really the top disadvantage of breath testing is that it doesn't detect what else in their system. At least from my county's no refusal program, we found that it can be depending on the holiday period, as much as 20 to 30% of the alcohol intoxicants also have other drugs. So whereas a breath test might say that there's no charges because it's a low level, with the blood you can see that they had hydrocodone and other substances in their system.
I should have had that listed. Thank you, Richard, for bringing that up. But what we instruct our police officers to do if they do get a low result, and our number one answer, if you just take and chart each answer, is 0. And so those people then, they attempt to get a blood test. But of course, if you do have blood, then comes up with a result less than 0.08, then you can request to have a toxicology test run on it, just as you said. So yeah, that can be, but that, once again, that's how we train them, is that if you get a low result and it's really not matching up, if this person's very intoxicated and he's 0.02, it's probably drugs, so try to get a blood test.
For your interest, in the 1950s, they did some experiments with intoxication and making the diagnosis. They used physicians, and they had a population of people who they had a blood alcohol level of 0.15, and 50% of the physicians said they could not testify that the person was intoxicated.
I've read the study. It's very interesting. I've also read studies that the people that are actually best at just looking at someone are police officers who do it all the time. You're so-called DWI task force people. But apparently it's a skill that can be lost, because if they go back to regular duties and then come back, they find that they're not as capable. So, once again, whether you have a blood test or a breath test, it's better evidence.
I have a question. I mean, nothing related to blood and breath, but where are we with the oral fluid testing? Because that's looks like something better than this, and that's easy for the troopers or the law enforcement to collect, and the drug can be collected, and it's
the reason the saliva testing, the oral fluid testing, it can be done. It's successful, it's accurate, but it basically has all of the same problems that breath has. Because if you have raw alcohol in your mouth from a last drink, so you're going to still have to do a 15-minute waiting period on the individual before you take the sample. And then there is still, if you will, while our law is written in grams per 210 liters, so you don't have to compare the two, because we don't have the law written in terms of saliva, then we would have to convert it to a blood alcohol result, because they're not one-to-one the same. So I think it's just never caught on, at least up to now, because they go, well, if we have, if you will, these problems with breath, but we know how to deal with them, why kind of reinvent the wheel on that? That's speculation on my part. Once again, it is something where you can get the drugs, and NHTSA's done some recent work. It's just been published. I don't have it with me, but it's some very interesting things where they had many samples and compared alcohol and drugs and various kind of drugs. But that's why the Salada is probably
Yeah.
not moved forward as fast, but it is a viable alternative.
It's actually, it's been used quite in a few places, in the pain management, we are using it every day. In all the insurance cases, we use them every day, very common procedure. Very common procedure, very easy procedure for troopers are. And you might want to look at them and just as an alternative.
Is there any data that correlates blood or breath results with field testing by the police officers?
Yes.
And they correlate well?
Yes. Typically, once again, whether it's in the lab or in the field, it's about 10% lower for the breath test. There is one point in time in the blood alcohol concentration curve where breath can exceed the blood, and that is if you have a rapidly rising alcohol concentration, because that's primarily arterial blood, and that's where the breath is measured, versus the venous blood, which is lagging behind for a few minutes.
No, I was referring to the police often use field testing where they walk the line, they look at the nystagmus, that kind of thing. Is there a correlation with that as well? I mean,
Yes, yeah, that's how they validated a lot of those studies. But there have actually been blood-breath studies where you would take the person and you would test them on an evidential breath tester and get the blood and then compare the two.
And actually, the standardized field sobriety test was developed because NHTSA found that police officers were missing people that should have been arrested. They would have the police officers review them later down the road. They'd stop them and test them, get a blood test, and compare the results. And they found out that police officers who weren't specially trained, that they were only right about 50% of the time. And there were a lot of people that were intoxicated, they were turning loose.
because of the field sobriety?
No, this is prior to field sobriety. Based on that, NHTSA then instigated the field sobriety, which is, as is with anything, it's not perfect, but it helps them detect people and convince the police officer that they are correct in arresting the person.
I just want to congratulate you for the ASCLD Lab accreditation, because I do know it's very, very difficult for that blood alcohol, for the blood alcohol
It is
testing.
difficult.
It was,
And we want to also appreciate SWIFT's and Tarrant County ME's office for doing that as well. For right now, it's not required in the state of Texas. It's just something that we wanted to do to show our commitment to the integrity. And once again, we're committed to self-report, just as we did recently, and to work with this committee in any way we can.
thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yep.
Okay, the next subject is the Collin County fire and arson investigation.
So if you recall, last time Steve said he came and presented, Dr. Pirwani and Dr. Tamayo reviewed the material behind tab 6, which describes their program in pretty significant detail. My understanding is that they are not doing the program in June, they're doing it in September because they had some logistical delays. I guess they're using human cadavers, which extends, it makes the logistics quite complex. So that plus making sure that they secured the facility, I think they're doing it at Sam Houston now instead of at the National Guard facility. So this is gonna happen in September. It's highly anticipated. I saw the Deputy State Fire Marshal Kelly Kistner at the Capitol the other day, and he told me that it's definitely moving forward. They just want to make sure they have all the logistics in place, so they are extending the date a little bit. But we, the commission granted them $10,000, so that, I don't think they've received that money yet, but it is being processed.
Okay.
So that's an update.
Next is the update from the DPS with the El Paso disclosure.
I don't know if we have much to say about that. It's just basically that the commission had decided at the last meeting that no further action was necessary. If you recall, this was what Alice Amelot explained in detail to the commission, and a number of questions went back and forth about how they conducted the review of the weighing issues, which involved that copy-paste problem primarily. And then they went through a very detailed corrective action process. They provided all the documents to us. And also, after that meeting, provided more feedback to ASCOD Lab that had been requested by their reviewers. And what the commission had said was, no further action is necessary except please provide us a copy of whatever you give to ASCOD Lab. So what's in your materials is that as an informational item. I don't think, because the commission already sent the laboratory the no action letter, I don't think anything new is needed unless any commissioners see any issues in that material that was provided. Brady, is that it?
Yes, ma'am. Our impression was that we would have to send you everything that we sent to ASCOD Lab. And subsequently, we did have ASCOD Lab close this topic. And so we provided that, and I believe we provided our last WAP update, which is our corrective action process.
So, any questions about that?
Okay, next, again, Lynn, the update on the Texas DPS Houston meeting.
So the only thing that I had noted here that we didn't go over earlier is that the commission needs to vote to add Sandy Parent from DPS as a member of the team, the review team. So if someone would make that motion.
Second.
Second.
Aye.
Aye.
Nay.
Thank you. The next is the DPS Houston retesting results. So I received an email from Keith Gibson that says there were 5 cases they retested that had not previously been reported to the commission. 3 were marijuana, 1 involved tablets, and 1 was methamphetamine. There were no significant anomalies. The solvent had evaporated from the methamphetamine lab, but that is expected. That's it. So they just continued to do the retesting. Since no anomalies were found, if we had any anomalies, we would be providing you with the QAPs, but there aren't any. So they just continue to update the testing spreadsheet, and I guess it'll go on for as long as it goes, right?
That's our position. The offer to retest the cases of their clients is out there. And as they ask, we retest.
Any questions?
Number 10, the update on the objection letter from the Houston Forensic Science Center. Richard Alpert.
Well, under tab 10, you should have a copy of a letter from Tom Allen, and he's the acting general counsel for the Houston Forensic Science Center. And not surprisingly, given the comments made after we made the report, he has some issues and disagrees with some of the commission's findings in that investigation. So I think the question, I guess, to be put before the commission is whether or not we think it's worth our time to respond to this, or whether we just accept that labs we investigate may not agree with our findings. There's nothing in this letter that I've seen that makes me, as the head of the particular investigative committee, feel like there's any need of response. It's more a matter of we made observations, we made findings, and those findings were referred to as, with wording like innuendo or exaggeration or Jenga or things like that. So my preference is not to respond. I think we just leave it as is, but if members of the commission disagree.
I think that this will not be the first time that someone has a difference of opinion based on what our evaluation is, and they're entitled to their opinion, but the commission has to make certain recommendations or interpretations, and we have our opinions, and that's why we're here. So I make a motion that there is nothing further, and note that they don't agree. It's their laboratory, and they can evaluate our opinion, but I don't see any reason to go further.
Anyone a second?
Second.
Vote aye,
Aye.
nay? Okay.
I would note one of the constructive items that came out of this was a root cause analysis training that we're going to talk about more. And I know the laboratory is sending quite a few people for that,
That's
so
good.
that's
Good.
very positive, and I think it'll be a really great opportunity.
Good.
Okay.
There's also in here, we received a policy regarding communications with third parties that the Forensic Science Center released and was in the process of training on it the last meeting. And I guess the reason that it's in here, and I had talked with DPS about this as well, I think it's intended to communicate to the staff that they can make a complaint to an accrediting entity, which would be like DPS or ASCOD Lab or whomever, or an investigative entity, which would be like the commission or some other investigative entity. And they can do that without asking permission from anyone within the corporate hierarchy. I'm a little bit confused, and I think DPS wasn't sure either looking at it. The way that number 4 interacts with number, let's see, is it number 9 or 10 in this policy, where it says, so on number 10, it says, notwithstanding anything to the contrary in this policy, any staff member may convey company information to a person or entity supplying services to the corporation pursuant to a written contract, so that's interesting. I mean, that makes sense, provided that A, the person or entity is not an accrediting entity or an investigative entity, in which case procedures numbers 5 through 7 will apply. And B, the staff member obtains permission from his or her supervisor to convey the information. So the question, the very practical question is, it seems like what they're saying is that an employee can communicate information related to the staff member's complaint freely without seeking supervisor permission. But where I see the challenge for like a bench analyst who's trying to contact the commission about an issue is if commissioners then ask for follow-up material or information that in the view of the commission is related to that complaint, under this, if the analyst provides it, and it's not, how are they supposed to figure out if it's related, directly related, and can they get in trouble for responding to what the commission asked for without asking their supervisor? And that's, because I think this is not a hypothetical coming out of the air. I mean, we had an analyst who submitted a disclosure with attachments, and the commission asked for follow-up material, which was provided in accordance. And I think under the way I read this, that follow-up material should not have been provided unless directly related to the complaint. But how is the analyst supposed to make that judgment call? Is that sort of, do you understand what I'm saying? And I think Tom's here, so he can address that. But I'm worried about, being a lawyer myself and reading this, how do you know? So, I don't know if you want to speak to that.
My name is Tom Allen, Acting General Counsel for Houston Forensic Science Center, and I completely agree. I think it's ambiguous. I regret to report that it's only one of the problems that has shown up with that policy. If you will recall, I said that we would be starting training the week after the previous meeting. And nothing like talking to the boots on the ground, because as soon as I rolled out the training, I got a barrage of objections from our own staffers about things that were unclear and impractical. And we have suspended the policy other than you can say whatever you need to say to any investigative or accrediting agency. That is clearly the message. But that policy legally is, I don't know if it's a disaster, but it's pretty close to one. And I agree that that is ambiguous, and we are rewriting it, and we will address that ambiguity. Ms. Garcia, I would just point out that within the last 10 days or so, I think I just sent you a proposed PowerPoint that we had about training that we're trying to do under Michael Morton Act. And there's a slide in that devoted to anybody can say whatever they need to say to an investigative agency, specifically the Texas Forensic Science Commission. I mean, that is the message, that is our commitment. It is ambiguous in that policy, so I surrender.
Well, I think having written stuff like this before, these things are hard to write. And I think you learn through training and talking with people what works and what doesn't, and then you make revisions. Does anybody, that answers your questions fairly great.
Yeah, it does, and I concur. It's boots on the ground, how are they going to interpret the vetting process to be able to talk to them, apply to the results.
Any other questions?
I think we can move on to number 11. 11 is the update from Blazek. That's from the Tumar case for Swift. The expert has reviewed the material, and we will be receiving a written report. And so there'll be no action at this time until we find out what's in the written report. And he will be here, or maybe here.
I think since the expert, John Murdoch, is opining on two separate cases, we would either invite him to come in at the next meeting, like beforehand, for a sort of like what we did with hair microscopy today, or even the afternoon before, if his schedule allows it. If not, he might have to come separately. We'll just have to see. But I guess it would be great to get guidance from the group. Do you want him to come here physically so you can ask him questions and talk about the reports and so forth?
I think so.
I think that's best.
That's the best.
Especially since now that this firearms can has been opened, we may be seeing more of this down the line.
I would think that the laboratories might want to have a representative to have some questions too, to get clarification or illumination.
It's a good idea. Okay, next is number 12.
It's the same as number 11.
Right, I know. So, that was real quick. Now we're on to the update from Bell County concerning the digital video evidence.
Well, we've got a couple of different things on this. We are not prepared at this time to have a response, though we hope by the next meeting that will occur. I would say that this has not gone quite as simply and as swimmingly as I had anticipated, and frankly, as it should have. However, we will press on regardless. But we were going to, we would like to add Commissioner Alpert to the investigative panel for this particular case.
I move that we add Mr. Alpert to the investigative panel.
Second. Vote aye.
Do I get to vote?
Welcome
Nay.
to the world of digital evidence.
This hopefully will make it a little easier to go through some of the complexities we've had regarding this particular lookup, hopefully. And if not, at least we've covered all the bases we can cover.
And you can always vote me off the panel next week, right?
Vote myself off the panel. This was gonna be easy.
Okay, any more comments? Okay, number 14, update from Forensic Development Committee, again, Lynn.
Okay, so we are very close to releasing the Blackboard-based forensic training. The ethics course is done. We just need to get Chris and Ron from Tarrant County to review it. It's really, they did a really nice job. I mean, the course designers did a beautiful job. So we're excited about that. And we'll probably show you some of it at the next meeting, just so you can get a flavor for the quality of the work that was done. We're going to use the same approach for the Michael Morton Brady online training project. And that, since we do have the benefit of what the Houston Forensic Science Center has done, you know, we may work with them to try to flesh out anything that they might pick up in doing their training, so we can add scenarios and things like that that are useful to forensic scientists in particular. So that's ongoing. Root cause analysis. So the FBI, two very senior scientists at the FBI, Mark Lebeau, who runs all the toxicology, and Carrie Oyen, who is like their chief scientist overall. They have a passion for root cause analysis. Mark sits on the National Commission on Forensic Science. He also heads up the toxicology subcommittee of the OSAC. So these are really experienced forensic scientists. They are coming in June to Austin to provide root cause analysis, a full day's worth of training for, I think, 50 examiners from all kinds of labs. It was like concert tickets when I sent the email around saying, do you want to send your people to this? I had 43 seats in 24 hours, which of all the trainings we've done, I have not gotten that quick of a response. So the way that it's going to be done, it'll be held in this hotel. Because the FBI is not charging us a dime, and neither are these two individuals, it's free. So we are able to help people. We're not going to be able to pay for travel like food or mileage or flights, but we can do the rooms on a direct bill, which is a big component of what allows people to attend or not. And so we're offering one night here in the hotel for free. And so now we've got almost 50 people signed up. And what they're going to do is an introductory session in the first half of the day where we'll record it and turn it into one of these online courses for introduction to root cause analysis. And then the second half of the day is going to be very hands-on and scenario-based, sort of without the videos playing, so that people can talk about the challenging, tricky issues in root cause analysis. Mark and Carrie are both extremely well trained in this. They've done all kinds of work in it. They're going to share some of their FBI scenarios and examples. Their training was from Think Reliability, which actually is in Houston. They are extremely well known for root cause analysis, but their training is in non-forensic areas. So they teach the concepts using things like a space shuttle disaster or something like that. And I think just from the interaction I've had with the TACLID, our group is much more interested in forensic science examples of root cause analysis because they can really sink their teeth into that. So this is, we are very grateful to Mark and Carrie for coming. They are excited about it. They love this stuff. And we were able, thanks to their not charging us, to be able to provide at least some level of accommodation to people. And I know some of y'all have sent people from your labs. And I think DPS sent 16 or quite a big group.
Took advantage of this. This is very useful. This one per LAC.
And when is this going to be?
It's June 2nd, so it's coming up. And then you know, it'll also establish sort of a line of communication for future questions, and they'll share what they were able to do at Think Reliability, because apparently Think Reliability will also, if you have a particularly sticky wicket type issue, they will send people out to help you through the root cause analysis for a small fee, but they will provide that service after that. So even though we're getting this for free, they're going to introduce a resource that's available in Houston for any problems that may come up later that are particularly challenging.
It's great.
We're excited about that one.
Len,
Yeah.
because at least this period that we are dealing with this kind of the cases, could the commissioners attend these trainings that are
Oh,
around?
yeah,
I mean,
you're invited to everything, always. So if you want to
But
come,
we-
just tell us, and we'll,
but we don't know that.
well, I'm sorry.
I mean, that's it.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's
You're
fine.
invited to everything, always.
No, but just in the meantime, but because some of them might be very helpful, because
Yeah.
once you're sitting in these tables and you want to make a decision. You agree?
Yeah, I agree, I would like to go.
Okay.
Or just
so
some
we
of them
have
is just
two
kind of
more
the, when you are,
advisors for root
when you
cause
just,
analysis.
you feel it out, you have to answer those.
If there are any commissioners who want to attend any of these trainings, please let me know. I think
Should that be, okay.
I guess the only challenge is that I hope it doesn't have, it has to be sort of like a Las Vegas situation, right? So if people are gonna go behind closed doors and talk about these issues that are happening in their labs,
It has to be there,
that it stays there.
yeah.
Because we have to have some trust that the labs can speak freely and that it's not gonna be like, well, we haven't seen a disclosure on that. You know,
Okay.
come before the commission, I wonder why. You know, that's defeats the purpose of doing this.
I would also put up a little sign, no recording on video.
Yeah, there'll be the only thing that's gonna be recorded is the morning session with the introductory concepts.
Yep.
But I think when they really get into the meat of, okay, how do I handle this scenario or that situation?
Yeah, that's
I
great.
mean, root cause analysis should be a pretty methodical type of thing, and they're gonna be using FBI examples primarily. But we just have to respect the fact that if we want the folks coming from the labs to be able to speak freely, that they have to trust that what they say is not, it's
Yeah.
gonna stay there.
There's no spies in the
That's right,
Right.
that's correct.
Does that make sense? So if
Yeah.
anybody, if you all want, please send us an email so we can add you to the rooming list. It will also be good to help us with evaluation of the program, because everyone always says, oh, everything's great, good program, and I wonder, you guys will probably be a little more
Objective?
discerning, and that'll be good to have your perspective. The other super exciting thing is that Skip Palahniuk is doing 2 weeks of training in Texas. You all had already approved this, but it's 18 people doing hair examination 1 week and then 18 people doing fiber another week. And he's widely regarded as the best in this area, or among the top for sure. So April 27th to May 1st is hair, and May 18th to the 22nd is fiber. So that's exciting, and he's coming here to Tarrant County ME's office they're hosting. We did provide another Foresight intern funding to the Fort Worth PD's office who requested it. We had said that we would support labs that requested funds to help with their initial entry of data for the Foresight program. Some took us up on it, Tarrant County ME, the Austin Police Department Crime Lab, and now Fort Worth PD, so we provided that. And then Judge Hervey, can I have that? Can you pass that out? The National Commission. Carson is Judge Herbie's one of her staff attorneys, and Megan is here also, who does all the programmatic support for Judge Herbie's work. And what we're passing out right now is a very new, not even presented to the National Commission yet, proposal on how to do forensic science training for lawyers, judges, and scientists that we would partner with Judge Herbie on. And I'll just try to describe the concept. We don't have to authorize any funds today or anything, so you can take this home and digest it and think about it. But Judge Herbie attended a training at Los Alamos lab up in New Mexico that she really loved, because they basically locked, a dozen judges in a room for a week and made them really become engaged in scientific problems. And in this particular case, it wasn't in the criminal context, it was more civil litigation. They were dealing with oil and gas issues, fracking, and so forth. But what they made them do was everything from conducting their own scientific experiments to acting as lawyers and doing direct and cross-exam of experts who were providing different perspectives on the scientific analysis. And they actually do a very hands-on type training in Arizona as well. Retired Judge Ron Reinstein, who's on the OSAC subcommittee with me, he told us about how successful they've been in bringing attorneys into the lab. They actually perform an extraction, and then they do some mock, direct, and cross on different, I think they call theirs the triple D. It's like DWI, domestic violence, and DNA maybe? They group them together in subject areas. So what Judge Herbie is proposing to the National Commission is contained here in your document. And she, I think, would like Texas to be out in front, leading and sort of focusing the next fiscal year on trying to provide some of this training here. And it would be held at different regional locations. We'd have a couple dozen people, a combination of forensic scientists, lawyers, and judges on both sides of cases. And they would really be asked to come together on different subject areas. So we have, following the OSAC model, 5 different general areas. One is digital and multimedia, biology and DNA, chemistry and instrumental analysis, physics and pattern, and then crime scene death investigation. The idea being that we would use those main headings and subcommittees and spend 3 days just delving into those issues at different labs. We will ask all the labs we tapped with who might like to participate. DPS has already said that they would be willing to. And the idea is that you really get people, you get the experts out there putting different theories of science in front of you, and as a lawyer, you're being challenged to really explore whether the foundation is strong, to really try to understand how to expose weaknesses and all those sorts of things. And for the scientists, it's a good opportunity to really explore reliability issues and admissibility, and at the end of that whole interaction, the whole group talks about, well, you should have pushed him here on this issue because you missed X, Y, or Z, and you not only learn about the science, but you learn how to be a better advocate, because you're never, as a lawyer, you're never going to become a scientist, but you can certainly learn the skill set to ask the right questions, which unfortunately in a lot of wrongful convictions, we see that people lack that skill set. So the idea is that it would be an ongoing, developing seminar available in a whole bunch of different places around the state. I mean, everywhere from UTEP to UT Pan Am in the Valley to the different DPS sites, the labs, and we just try to, she has a bunch of funds to do this work, and that we would try to work together to develop this program, and that eventually it would be offered nationally. And as opposed to bringing, you know, a couple hundred lawyers or judges into a lecture hall and lecturing at them for a few days on forensic science issues, I think she really feels like that more hands-on case scenario-based approach is far more effective. And that you could have different levels eventually where you have like the basic academy and the advanced academy. That's what they do in Arizona. It's going to take some time to develop, but I think her concepts are laid out here. She's in Philadelphia right now, and so she couldn't be here to talk about it. But I think she's really excited about this, so I just ask that y'all take a look. And if you have any feedback, just provide it at the next meeting. We can talk about it. And do y'all have anything to add, or do you think that's a fair description?
That's exactly right. The subcommittee's considering that proposal right now, and it's pretty procedural, so there's a lot of debate going on. It's at its infancy right now. Nothing's been presented to the commission, so, but she is definitely in favor of that model as opposed to a multi-hundred-person lecture type model. It doesn't seem like teaching people science lends itself to that, so.
So I think she would like to move forward with this model regardless of whether or not they move forward with it nationally. And we, you know, the various potential academy campus locations, there's Sam Houston State University, probably the Woodlands just because it's closer to everything, Texas Southern, TPS, St. Mary's in San Antonio, Utah, UT Pan Am, Texas Tech in Lubbock, A&M in College Station, UNT Health Science Center. We put you in there, Dr. Eisenberg. Hopefully that's okay.
Thank you. Sure.
And then the K-Lawn Plano. So, and then we can add labs. We just didn't want to volunteer any labs who we haven't even asked for help yet. What do you, is that everything, Brady?
That's a very good overview. And I think the toggle is lecturing to the masses versus getting small groups of all the stakeholders together to go through it together, and having law enforcement perspective in terms of both sides of the bench and forensic science go through it together. So it's kind of a powerful model. So we're excited about that.
Can I ask how large of a lecture center do you need?
To be determined at this point.
Okay.
We're not thinking a very large group. I think we're thinking 20s to 30s.
Okay.
Between 20 and 30, I think.
So it would be kind of
Okay.
small pond.
At a time, but repeated over, you know, the academy will run. So each month they'll do one of those 5. So when you sign up for the academy, you have to commit to 80% of the coursework. And you
Okay.
attend one subject area per month. And that can rotate depending on what the subject area is.
And you want
But
want them recorded?
not necessarily. I think we haven't even quite
Okay.
gotten that far yet. I'm not sure. But I think that the idea is, first of all, to help people develop networks and relationships and to get their teeth really well sunk into some of these areas so that they can identify red flags in their work in the future, and to get the commitment of the participants. And to also not force them to set aside a whole week out of their schedule. You know, there'll be 2 or 3 day blocks once a month for 5 months. That way, because for bench analysts in particular, I think a whole week out of the lab is pretty challenging. It has a big effect on the section.
Paperwork says 24 participants.
Yeah, I think that's about right. I think a little more, a little less. There's nothing magic about that. That was just a roundabout work.
Is it going to be proportioned to a certain number of lawyers, certain number of scientists? Is there a breakdown ideally?
I think probably that all those details are up for
Okay.
discussion. I think we brainstormed this like the Friday before Easter, and this is
Wow.
what we have. Thanks to Judge Hervey. So she called Brady and I and said, "Get in here." And so of course we dutifully went and spent a couple of hours talking with her about these concepts, and so now we have this proposal, and So we're excited about that. It might be the sort of thing that if the commission participates, it would be really the main focus of training next year, because it's a real, that's
It is
a real
every
undertaking.
training.
An academy like that, it's a real undertaking. We have to develop relationships. Some of the universities are just, we know we can do it, because we already have those relationships, but not all. I mean, I think UTEP, we just have to reach out to them and they'll be willing, but we have to do some networking.
You may have problems with the faculty in that what we're talking about is a whole week course.
It would be 2 to 3 days of actual coursework per
Each person.
subject. But it's not necessarily the case that, so if you were to cover 3 subdisciplines within, say, digital evidence in a 3-day period, then the same person who's doing, recovery of evidence off of computers is not gonna be the one doing photogrammetry.
Right.
So they should only have to really be there for 1 day, I think, for most of them.
Now,
Maybe not all.
Depending on the topic, I mean, some.
Yeah,
it's a
maybe
couple
1 or
days,
2
but
days.
yeah, it's a-
Now, it's a concept to run, to get a number of these programs, and then run one after the other. So if someone misses, you're gonna have to go to
There'll be another one offered.
right.
Or you can go to another one, if you live in San Antonio and you miss the San Antonio one, you can go to the Austin one, I guess. I mean,
But I mean, if you say you have a class, you only want 24, and 3 people miss, and then you're all the way up to 27. And so it's gonna have to be flexible to a degree.
yeah, I don't think there'll be a hard cutoff at 24, but I think I think the point is we don't want such a number that we can't effectively have that sort of community hands-on engagement feel. I think that's the basis. And we do want enough of a commitment from people that they're gonna attend 80% of the classes, I think that. Because otherwise, I mean, if you're just gonna float in and out, then it defeats the purpose of having the academy. So if y'all wanna take a look at that and brainstorm and let me know what you think. And I don't know if Judge Herbie will make it to the next meeting, but if she doesn't, we can always pass information along. I think this attachment here is
From her experience?
from her experience at Los Alamos, dealing with the scientists there.
The agenda.
Yeah, right, it's the agenda of all the things they looked at. And I think this is the type of approach she would want to replicate.
Another location you might want to consider, if it'd be helpful to have rooms, courtroom type rooms where you can do videotaping, would be Baylor Law School.
Baylor?
I've been involved in a lot of the training that TDCA has done, their advanced trial skills courses there. And it's a very good setup. It's very user-friendly for real courtrooms with cameras set up so you can record witnesses, and they have viewing rooms so you can evaluate them, go through it. So, again, I mean, it's unique. Logistically, it might work, and Waco's kind of central.
And I think the UT Law School, if we figure out who we need to talk to, they would probably have some, I mean, I judged a mock court thing there once, and they have good facilities.
Okay.
Yeah, we do as well.
You guys are number 1 on the list, Mike Travis. So that's,
You've been volunteering.
We've volunteered already.
I think that's it for forensic development.
Okay.
There's a lot going on.
We have next 15, discussion of well, let's see, what time is it?
Do you want to?
Noon.
Ish.
Switch it.
Do people want to break now, or just, I mean, they've got the lunch and it's been sitting there for a half hour.
We do that, and if we want to work through lunch, we can do that, or just take a 30-minute break and.
Yeah, maybe 30-minute break, I'd say. Yeah, I think we're going fairly quickly, so.
30 minutes, or do you want to shoot for?
15
minutes,
Yeah,
okay.
and then 12:15?
Enough time to get to the restroom and back?
I'll be back in 5 minutes. It's great, isn't it?
Okay, so we'll recess now. Certification licensure initiative.
So, SB 1287 is the bill dealing with licensing of forensic examiners. It went into the Senate Criminal Justice Committee and was passed out unanimously. We heard yesterday from Ina Host's office that one of the senators changed her vote based on contact from a constituent, I guess. I think Ina Host's office was a little surprised by that because I think they felt like they had done a lot to try to bring everyone's perspective. You know, the process had been very open. They tried to incorporate revisions and suggestions, and they went back and forth with the number of bill drafts and incorporated all the edits that the TAC had suggested. But it is what it is, so we'll see what happens. If it makes it off the Senate floor, it'll go to the House, and then they'll consider it in committee there and then on the floor. And so basically, if you look at the long tree of things that needs to happen for a bill to pass, this bill is at like block 1. So I will continue to send updates when I know that the bill's going to be viewed in a hearing, or you know, that they consider it on the floor or anything like that. But I often get those updates like, hey, this is happening tomorrow, and so they're not, you know, things move very, very quickly at this point in the legislative session.
Do we know what the complaint was?
No, I think the senator's trying to figure that out to see if he can address it or not, or if it's just that people don't want the bill to pass. I don't know. But I don't think they've been able to determine what the issue is. Typically, I mean, even in the, like the body cams and the, you know, the revisions to the Chapter 64 for post-conviction DNA testing, I mean, typically the author is given an opportunity to try to address issues. I just don't know if the office has been given that opportunity. I think they're trying to assess where the objections are from and why, but I don't know the answer.
I don't know.
So I think we'll have to stay tuned and see what happens to the bill, and I'll continue to update everybody and give you all a chance to come down and participate in the legislative process if you'd like. You're welcome to if you have any.
If you've never done it before, I highly recommend that you do it.
That sounds slightly certain. No, it actually is really an interesting thing because you get to see all kinds of criminal justice bills. And I felt kind of bad for Linda Johnson because she came all the way from Beaumont and she gets up to give her spiel, and Chairman Whitmire, the Senate, probably the most senior member of the Senate, was like, thank you, ma'am, this bill's in good shape. Basically, if you want to shrink your 3 minutes to 30 seconds, that'd be fine with us. So sometimes you get there and it's like a foregone conclusion. Other times there's extensive discussion back and forth. It just sort of depends on the bill and the mood of the folks in the room.
I was kind of disappointed by what you said about the objection, because we never got a chance to object or discuss it. So.
Yeah, I don't know why that senator's changed her vote. I just know that someone contacted her and she's expressing concerns. Whether Ina Host is able to address them,
Does
I
it
guess
have to be
remains
unanimous?
be seen. It does not.
Okay.
No, but it's preferred.
Okay.
It's just easier.
Okay, well,
We'll just have to keep on watching the process and see what happens.
You want to, I guess you're again up for the blood alcohol exemption and the forensic writs.
So there was a bill that would have exempted defense counsel from using accredited crime laboratories to get blood alcohol testing done. And I testified as a resource, but there were a bunch of people that went and testified against, including Nick Vilbus from the Innocence Project of Texas, which I think was probably a bit of a surprise to the bill author. But the idea basically being that Texas really leads on the issue of, accreditation of crime labs. There are, I think, 9 other states that also require accreditation. But I think the feeling among those that were there is if the problem is that defense counsel don't feel like they have enough access to laboratories that aren't connected with law enforcement, the answer is not to ease the accreditation requirement, but rather to address that access issue. There are 15 private laboratories, 5 of which are actively doing or accredited in toxicology. So I'm not sure, that's not a ton, but I guess the real concern is if you let anybody do blood alcohol for defense counsel, you could end up with people running those tests in their garages. It's just an ugly potential for a real decline in quality standards in blood alcohol testing. But Richard could speak to this much better than I could.
I actually testified in my capacity as an assistant district attorney for Tarrant County strongly against this bill. I think, again, the bill attempts to show some relevance. For instance, in B1, it talks about if additional specimen is drawn at defendant's request, they pay for the cost of that. I don't think anyone's ever doubted that's exactly what's going to happen. We don't need a law to say that because there's never been anything that says anything but that if the defendant gets their own sample, that they have to pay for it. As far as a lack of accreditation, it is just the whole concept that we want good science, but we don't need as high a standard of science if it deals with the defendant, just as disingenuous. And I was very pleased to be able to be testifying on the same position as the Innocence Project, and was very surprised that what in support of the bill was the criminal defense lawyers group, and that surprised me that they were on different pages on that, but it just doesn't make any sense. And I know the defense attorney that brought this bill before them, and I have a pretty good idea who they'd be using to do their testing, and I'm hoping it's going to be done.
I think part of the issue that the committee struggled with is that there is a lack of understanding among reps. I don't think this is true on the Senate side, but I do think it's true on the House side about what the crime laboratory accreditation program is. And I was actually going to talk to Brady about creating some sort of a summary. I think the website is fantastic, and to me it's crystal clear, but not everybody's going to go to the website. So it might be good to have just a pamphlet that says this is what crime lab accreditation is in Texas, these are the disciplines that are covered, this is where you go to see who's accredited and who isn't in what disciplines, this is what's required, these are the exempt disciplines, and so forth. What was happening was the lawyer testifying for the bill was conflating 2 issues. What she was saying is that if you're a defense lawyer, your only option is to get tested by DPS. And that's just not true. And she was also saying that, and look at all the problems that DPS has had with this one drug chemist in Houston. And what I was doing my best to say, and they didn't call Skylar Hearn as a resource witness, which I wish they had, because that would have made it a lot easier, But what I was trying to do was to disconnect in their minds, like, yes, there are 13 laboratories that do testing primarily for law enforcement. DPS's crime lab accreditation administrative role is completely separate from that. And what they do is they recognize the accreditation of national accredited bodies. And they don't go and perform, typically, absent extraordinary circumstances, their own audits, site visits, or any of that. If you apply to them and you can show them valid proof that ASCOD Lab or another recognized body has accredited you, then you are accredited as far as DPS is concerned under Texas law. But that was just not, I don't know, that there was something I was conveying that was not sinking. And I think they were not understanding that there are options for defendants besides DPS. Now, I'm not saying by any stretch that there aren't concerns about the number of labs available, or that we don't need more labs, or that there aren't backlogs, or any of those things. But I think those are separate from the answer, it seems to me, for everything that Texas has tried to do and the national movement and everything else. The answer of just saying, okay, well, remove the accreditation requirement seems contrary to everything that Texas has stood for the last over a decade. That's the sum and substance of the blood alcohol bill. I don't know what's going to happen with it. The author has asked, if the commission would assist, and of course will assist any legislator who needs help. I just don't know where they're going to be able to go with it. And Nick Bilbas, who had to go, but he was very clear that as long as removing accreditation is a component of their bill, it's not happening from his perspective. He can't support it. Is that anything else?
No, that says it.
Okay, let's skip just for 8 to 18 on the National Commission on Forensic Science. Up to this time, the commission has been mostly, working on proposals and making general talks. Right about now, they're starting to make proposals and then attempt to finalize them. But the way it works out is you give your proposal to the whole commission, then they give their opinion, and then it goes back to you, and then the next meeting, they may vote on it permanently. So what it is, and then, before that you had the subcommittee fighting, and part of the problems is like suppose you have a subcommittee and you have 12 people, you need a majority vote. And what it means is majority vote is 6 votes, even if only 3 people take the time to vote. That is, if you have a subcommittee of, say, 12, and, let's see, 6, and, 4 or 5 of them decide that they don't want to vote, and then some are for and some are against, you're never going to get the proposal out. And then when it goes to the full commission, then it comes back, you're not going to have to get 50%, you're going to have to get 75% of the people in the subcommittee to resubmit it. And you got to hope that everyone votes. I made one proposal, and I was trying for 2 weeks to get the votes. And the final time was yesterday at 5 o'clock Eastern time. And I got 7 votes at about 3 o'clock. Okay? And I'm trying, that's a little problem. Their concept of majority is an interesting concept. We're going to start to see the proposals. We've started to see 1 or 2, but they're going to start really coming in probably within the next 1 or 2 meetings. The whole thing is the 2 things they're strong for in the scientific areas are accreditation and certification. And the laws are they're trying to write them so that it's mandatory. The proposal I have got is, because it concerns medical examiners, it's the retention, is the recruitment of medical examiners and their retention. And one of the things is that we're asking for, the Department of Justice support a proposal that all forensic autopsies have to be done by board-certified forensic pathologists.
With the caveat of those people that have not had a chance to sit for their.
Yeah, the ones who have the boards, the ones who are waiting to be aboard, and the ones in training, right, yeah. And I phrase it, and Dr. Bernard will understand that these people who are board certified have to have successfully completed their fellowship and then been board certified by the American Board of Board of Pathology. Nothing about recertification and such. So that's what I proposed. Who knows what's going to happen? I think we're going to actually get support from the attorneys, who many of whom seem to understand board certification. And then the other is accreditation of the officers. Board certification, for people who don't understand this, board certification in Texas is virtually universal, isn't it now? I know of maybe.
I would say maybe not universal, but I would say that almost all of them are.
Well, I could think of maybe one or two people, medical examiners, who are not board certified in the state, okay? Accreditation, there's what, 11 officers? 7 are already accredited. El Paso is working on accreditation, that's 8. Lubbock says anytime they can do it. They've been certified, accredited in the past. That's 9. The other 2 are going to be problems. If we can, it would be nice if Texas could have accreditation and certification, would put us ahead of the U.S., but it's going to have to wait for another legislative session, probably.
And then the objections by the areas that support the couple of laboratories that, or offices that will either are unable to or unwilling to.
Well, there's only 2 officers who can do it at the present time.
Right, but again, the counties, small counties carry a lot of voting weight, so if they have a large enough number, they'll keep fighting it off till.
This is what I was afraid of. This actually has to do with the National Commission. You'll have to excuse me for a second.
So, I think there's another commission, national commission meeting that coincides with the ASCLD symposium in April in DC, so I'm gonna go to that and report back to the group on what else is cooking at the National Commission. So we have this training program. I think Dr. DeMaio knows a lot about the medical examiner stuff, but there's a lot of other things going on at the National Commission. So I will give a more thorough report back after the meeting at the end of April. I think they are just starting to get to the point where they're voting on things because of this process where it's almost like a consensus building thing where they start with a proposal and then they talk about it and then it goes back and then they bring it back up again.
Who responds to the proposals? A particular subcommittee or the whole commission?
So I think when it comes out of the subcommittee, it gets put on the agenda for like the initial discussion and vetting, and then it goes back and the issues get addressed, and then it comes back again for voting. Is that right? You know, pretty much?
Yeah, there's a public, it's put out for public comment, but when it's first introduced to the full commission, then it needs another set of public comments after that before the full commission can do it.
So there are public comment periods.
Thank you.
skipped on 16. There is Bill SB 3079, which would add what they call 11073 writs to the Office of Capital writs job description. So Brad Levinson runs the Office of Capital writs, and they right now only do capital writs. They were going to create a separate office for forensic writs, but it was determined by the folks who wanted to get some forensic science focused appellate lawyers going that that Brad had been a very good steward of state funds, and he's done a great job with no controversy, and he's got probably one of the most controversial set of cases you can get. And so I think what this bill would do is add 11073 writs to his purview and then start funding it. It'll probably take some time before he can really staff up. But if this bill passes, that's what will happen. So you'll actually have lawyers. I think the purpose is, number one, to have lawyers who are specially trained and understand the forensic issues that bubble up, like hair microscopy, like bite mark cases, like, all these things that come out and, what should come of those cases, and who understand the case law, what the statute says, and then also to help deal with some of the complex notice issues that come up when you have like a high volume discipline, like with the cases involving, when we had the Salvador cases involving all those counties, and how do you notify folks. So the idea being that there would be a place to concentrate the referrals of those cases instead of pushing them off to the innocence clinics, because a lot of those cases are not innocence cases. They are cases where maybe you could get a new trial, but they're not necessarily innocence cases. So there's got to be somebody who has a clue about forensic science cases and how to put decent writs in front of the Court of Criminal Appeals, and who can help the rest of the defense bar with model pleadings and things like that. I think that's the idea behind trying to get more lawyers involved. Whether it goes in, I don't know what's going to happen. I think it's probably going to be on the schedule for criminal justice next week. The committee, but I haven't seen the schedule yet. Any questions about that one? Mr. Vice Chairman, Dr. Bernard, do you
Yes.
think you could lead us through the rest of this agenda?
Yeah. If you covered 19, then we're down to 20, which would be.
I haven't done 19.
Okay, well, then why don't you do 19?
So the scientific area committees, the OSAC that we've referred to, they met during the academy meeting in Orlando, and they basically, there's a lot of work being done right now to try to release standards for uncontroversial areas. They're calling them low-hanging fruit, which basically means like, the disciplines where there's not a lot of question about the basic scientific foundation. They're not in dispute. They're trying to get those standards out from the SWIGs into the OSAC registry so that people can start referring to them and using them. There's also very extensive questions about some of the fundamental scientific foundation for certain areas, like the pattern matching and, forensic odontology and things like that. So it's going to be a very long and complex process, but I think there are a lot of really well-intentioned people, 600 and something of them, trying their best, and I think the FSSB has a huge job ahead of them. But it should be very helpful to the community once they get rolling. NIST is having a symposium on forensic science error management in July, and they have a plenary session where they invited, I think it's like 7 speakers, and 2 from the U.S., and one of them is me. So I'm going to talk about forensic science in Texas. It came out of the blue. Mark Stolero emailed me and asked if I wanted to do a plenary talk about the Texas experience, so I said, sure. And then they're gonna be scientists. I think in your material is I don't know if there's any of the other plenary speakers listed. I guess not.
Yeah, they are.
But, oh, they are? Okay, so someone from Australia, two from Australia, one from the Netherlands, another US person. I guess there's a couple more US and then UK. So I think it'll be really interesting, the presentation. We also, I asked our state fire marshals to take the lead on doing an abstract for an arson panel, and he brought a great group together to do that, and that abstract is included in your materials. And the panel's gonna be Chris, John DeHaan, Dan Heenan, who is the president-elect of IAAI, David Moran, who's a professor at Michigan Law and also the co-founder of the Michigan Innocence Clinic, where for whatever reason they focus they do all non-DNA innocence cases. And so one of their big areas of focus is arson. And he's a physicist and a lawyer, and he's on the OSAC subcommittee with me. He knows a lot about science and a lot about arson. And then Nick Bilbus. So I think that will be good. We're also submitting a hair microscopy panel abstract. And Dr. Eisenberg, I'll have to talk to you about your schedule, but it would be great if you might be available to go to DC that week. You just have to talk
Okay,
about
so let me know, when is it?
July 20th to the 24th.
I don't think I have anything at that point planned, so.
It's DC in July is lovely. It's very humid, but I think it's going to be a great week-long symposium, and I think I'm excited about it because it's the only thing I've seen so far where they're dedicating a week specifically to the issue of how to manage errors in forensic science, and hopefully it'll be in a constructive kind of way.
Okay.
So the hair microscopy would be the second Texas panel. So there'd be arson, hair microscopy, and then I think I'm supposed to talk for 45 minutes. So I'll send you all that PowerPoint before I provide it to NIST so you can look at it. And anybody who wants to go, if you have an interest, just let me know. We can sign you up and get you registered.
Two comments. One, it's July, you said, in DC.
Yeah.
You realize it used to be a malaria swamp.
I lived there for 10 years.
That's right. And the other comment is the first slide of your presentation, you know what it has to be.
Texas flag.
The Texas flag. I got a real pretty slide.
I think that's appropriate.
Okay, we're up to.
17 we didn't do.
You didn't? Okay.
Do you want to talk about 17?
Well, I mean, I guess based upon our discussions about what Judge Hervey is doing with this particular study, I mean, I'm happy for us to cover it, and I can share what I've done with it without permission. So number 17, this is something that kind of got started based on some issues that I witnessed being dealt with, not just by my office, but a lot of offices. And that is that there are these very, very long discovery motions that are being submitted by the defense. And it was very difficult to determine for us and for some of the judges who didn't have a science background, are these things they really need? Are these things are these just overly burdensome? How hard is it to turn over these things? So contacted Lynn about it, and she immediately, in her very efficient way, got us before Judge Hervey, who agreed to meet with us about this and discuss it, and seemed to agree that some guidance would be helpful. And the commission commissioned Pat Johnson to do a study, and you've got a copy of it here. And what he's basically done is, I submitted two samples, one from my area, one from the Houston area, that were qualified as at least the longest versions. And what he was tasked to do was to go through all the things requested and rate them on two different scales. One scale that he was rating them on is this important? Is this something that a defense expert could legitimately want and could legitimately use to determine if there's any problems? The other scale was how burdensome is it to provide this? And that's basically what we've got here. And so it's, if something, I guess as a guide, the idea is this would be a guide to judges. So if they look at something and they see the value as a discovery item is very low and the burden's very high, they could use that criteria to determine whether or not it should be released. Once a draft of this was given, I think, and I'm not completely sure, Lynn will correct me whether this is still qualifies as a draft or not, I shared it with some of my local district judges and another district judge who was out of the area who just happened to be going to a seminar and wanted to know if I had any papers, any guidance on this issue. And every one of the district judges I shared it with found it to be extremely helpful in helping them understand what these requests mean, what these documents they were asking for were, what their significance was. And when I asked them to give me critical comments, and I've received no critical comments from them. So I think that it's my understanding that Judge Hervey may have had some other stakeholders she wanted to share this with, but once that process is done, I thought it'd be something that'd be useful just to put out there to all the participants on this matter. It's obviously useful to defense attorneys because if they're asking for something and the state's disputing it and this study shows, well, yeah, that's something they really need to have and it's not very hard to get it, then it would help get the judge to grant it. So again, from a legal standpoint, this really helps bridge that gap between liberal arts major lawyers and judges and scientists that went to that other building down the street. So I didn't know if anyone, if we ought a chance to look at it, if there's any discussion or disagreement or things that it's missing, but.
This is specific to DUIs.
This is strictly, this issue, this has to do with, this will be relevant to DWI, toxic manslaughter, any cases involving blood alcohol testing, which from a volume standpoint is a sizable majority of the litigation we have right now. And of course, with the increase of blood samples, has made it important. And of course, it's a good resource, so.
So I think if you were looking at other disciplines, you'd have to do other guides, but this is.
Right, and if this is a good model, there's no reason we couldn't find an appropriate independent person to do a similar thing in that. But I think, again, anything dealing with instrumentation, there just has to be some reasonable guidelines. We want everything a defendant needs to be able to contest the scientific evidence the state's using needs to be provided to them. By the same token, discovery is not supposed to be a club that is used to beat the labs into submission and punish them for doing testing. So that's why I think from the labs that I know that have looked at it, it was found to be useful.
And it has a glossary that describes, basic things, deviation requests, critical supply, method validation, refrigeration log, all sorts of things that commonly pop up in these discovery requests or discovery orders.
I think if this is for DUI, as we know that, but I was thinking if we can make it, and some of these glossaries is for every discipline is the same. Some of them are specifically for DUI. So I thought if we put them one as a general, one for a specific for the DWI, then we can change for the genetic, the firearm, and that makes them maybe easier to switch them, and the general always to be the same for all of them.
Yeah, I think probably we're waiting for, I think, to hear back from Judge Hervey on what the defense bar and the prosecutors have to say about it, because I don't think she's gotten their responses yet. And then, based on that, we'll see whether we want to expand it to any other disciplines. My understanding from talking to scientists is for whatever reason, biggest disconnect happens in DWIs. And that although the other disciplines aren't without some controversy and discovery, I think this is like the lion's share of the, right? I mean, you guys.
We get more.
Yeah, I mean,
They
the
get
frequency, the complexity of requests seem to be what's involved in driving cases. So these DWI,
Well, you figure there are a lot of DWIs and a lot of lawyers, this is their income.
And it's uniquely, of all the scientific disciplines, it's one of the few that shows up in misdemeanor courts, and that accounts for the volume, because, you know, there's, in my county alone, we get about 5,000 to 6,000 new DWIs every year, and right now, at least 50% of those are blood alcohol. So that's just a lot, that's a lot of volume, and that's why, again, for some of the, especially the county criminal judges, they just need some guidance, so they don't, because obviously what's at stake is very important, and if lack of understanding causes them to deny something the defense is supposed to get, that could be a problem. And of course, if they just, you routinely grant everything, and the labs have to take personnel that would be doing testing and put them in more administrative things, that's going to cause a backlog and delay. So
The blood alcohol is killing these DWI attorneys because they don't know how, and they can't really, well, they don't know how to defend, but even when they do defend, you know, if the labs have good records, they're dead in the water. And so the blood alcohol has been a revolution, and, you know, I mean, it's been done for many years, but now that the counties are doing it, like in Bear County, you know, it just kills the DWI attorneys.
And I think, Bobby, from your perspective, if you get a chance to look at that, and just let me know your thoughts. I know that Judge Hervey's gonna talk to TCDLA, but I imagine you've seen some of these.
I haven't kept up with Joseph the last few weeks to see if he's met with her or not.
But it's just the.
Or what what the field is.
It's just the report behind tab 17. So if you have any feedback, just give me a call and we'll integrate that.
This doesn't preclude them from getting it.
Absolutely
In fact, it
not.
might aid them in defending why they want it.
Absolutely.
no, it's a tool just to give the judges who have the discretion as gatekeepers to what they order and what they don't. It just gives them some rational basis for making their decision. And again, most of the stuff in here, I was actually expecting more stuff to be unrelevant and burdensome. So it's actually, if it has a direction, it's more towards, yes, it's not that important, but it's easy to give them, so go ahead and give them. So there's very few items on here, which surprised me that they said were not discoverable, which.
I think the most burdensome category that we gave Pat, we gave him a 1 to 5 scale, and he didn't pick a single 5. So I think he tried to, and we asked him to err on the side of, you know, being open and not calling everything, this is too burdensome, that's too burdensome. He does say that it's never one request that's the issue, it's the the snowball effect, you know, of all this stuff coming in.
And it seems to me would benefit the labs, because if this ultimately turns into, in this form or some amended form, a tool that actually says this is what labs need to expect to give, then we can tell the labs up front, and then they can gear towards their response to that, because ideally, the hardest part is collecting this stuff, and as we've gotten more digital, from some labs I've heard, it's much easier, but if there's a standard request and a standard response that gives them everything, then it's going to expedite things, and then we can move on to disposition. So
Yeah, it doesn't help actually a defense attorney if you give him 3 inches of material, which he really doesn't understand, and, you know, and he just looks at it.
So that's it.
Okay.
I think we're on.
20.
So I did want to make one comment about 20. I mean, we'll keep doing the agenda the same way we always have, but this time I invited Matt Cowan in to present on the DWI as an informational tool, and because we've had a couple disclosures from them, and the commission didn't used to have breath alcohol under its jurisdiction. And it's a massive program, that covers every inch of the state of Texas, so I thought it would be really educational. So if there's anything else that you'd like to hear about, or people you want invited in to talk about things, just let me know and I'll arrange it.
I'll also at the same time bring you up on what's in the National Commission. We should start beginning, I wouldn't say positive, but concrete proposals right about now. Now's about the time when everyone's beginning to send in their proposals, and I'll tell you what they are and which ones made it or look like they're going to make it. It's like I had to leave the room for that phone call, and that's like one of the proposals. But again, in science, they're pushing accreditation and certification. The problem is they've let in one or two people who really are not into accreditation and certification. And that may cause a minor problem, though the bulk of the commission understands what's going on. 21, I guess that's up to Lee.
Well, it's really up to you guys, because I'm going to be gone in July to take the bar exams. And that's when we usually meet next.
Okay.
I did get some dates from the hotel here, same setup, and they have July 10, July 17, and August 14, I would be back for that one.
I'll be on 2 of the weekends in July the 10th and then the 23rd. So the 17th or August is fine for me.
Usually we do July only because August gets dicey, but it
Yeah,
may
it
just
just
be that
is.
they're both bad. This is the
Well,
reality.
Well, okay, well, what are the proposed dates?
It looks like 17th is the only
Of
day
August?
available in July.
Oh, 17th.
Friday the
July.
17th. Does anybody,
Who knows?
how's it look?
You'll be gone the 23rd too.
I'll be gone the week of the 20th.
And then the August date is the 14th, August 14th.
We could, so it looks like it's either July 17 or August 14.
Is it possible for us to get the dates submitted to us? Because as I sit here, I could have a trial set either one of those dates. I just need a chance to, I know better what my trial situation is in the next couple of weeks.
I think we could send the dates around.
Yeah, because I am not as automated as you people are. I have a book that I have to look into, paper, you remember that.
And do you want to keep the meeting here
Yes.
Yes.
This works out very well.
and public comment?
Any public comments?
Sarah? Oh, that's
It's okay, you don't
not
get
fair.
you don't have to.
All right, who is
Get the chair and stand up.
Right. So my name is Sarah Chu. I'm from the Innocence Project in New York. And we've been very interested in the work of this commission and the Hare Review because not only is this commission the first state commission to address the Hare Review of state cases, or review of state hair microscopy cases, but you're also employing a very collaborative process that is really wonderful to see. One point that was raised today during the conversation was the uncertainty about what the jury hears and how to weigh the various parts of the presentation of the evidence and how a lot of that is unknown. And what I thought that another thing that the discussion revealed was that there are a number of danger zones in testimony. That it's not that forensic scientists are making errors, but there are a lot of areas that are kind of out of their control as a scientific expert when they're in the courtroom. And so something that I would encourage the commission and perhaps the Hare Review Task Group to consider in the report that you're providing, that perhaps there's some way to make recommendations that would help strengthen the tools that forensic scientists have in their toolbox to protect the integrity of their scientific work or to have a route to preserve their intention. And because attorneys have their roles and they are doing their jobs, but for forensic scientists, that there may be some way for them to preserve the science of what they're doing. So possible recommendations could include training on strengthening the avenues that they do currently have, and maybe younger examiners may not know that there are ways for them to respond to questions that they feel like would address the science more comprehensively. One of the ideas that has been discussed in one of the subcommittees at the National Commission is the possibility of a Rule 26-like report. So in the Federal Rules of Civil Procedure, prior to trial, the scientific expert would provide a report that describes their conclusion and the bases for them. So that's documented, and it doesn't preclude attorneys from asking questions about the way that the testing was done and to ask questions about the evidence, but it does preserve the conclusion, so it's clear to everybody what the final interpretation of the evidence is. And finally, perhaps one of the other things the report could do is confirming what the acceptable types of testimony are and identifying potential, I don't want to call them danger zones, but potential areas where it may be better for, where scientists might want to tread more cautiously in providing responses, because we know that everyone wants to do their best, and that the more training and the more of a general understanding people have of what they can do and what can be properly interpreted from what they're saying, the more accurately evidence will be presented in court.
Are you aware that in Florida, they take depositions in criminal cases?
Yes.
And so all of this, because I did a case in Florida and I gave a deposition a month before, told the defense exactly what I was to testify to, and an hour before I testified, I gave another deposition to the defense. And so, you know, it was all on, they knew exactly to the word what I was going to testify to. And actually, they took some of my sentences and used them in the questioning of me. So it was interesting. But that's kind of an interesting concept.
So the reports, you say that the state that uses these reports, are those admissible in evidence then, or are they just provided, is that an exhibit that is then offered into evidence that has the opinions as they're going to have, or is it just something that each side has so they can use it during their questioning?
Something that would be provided in advance, so there's sufficient time for attorneys on both sides to get a sense of what the evidence is saying.
Okay.
And, right, and of course I don't know, I'm not a lawyer, so I don't know what the procedures are in Texas, but whatever sufficient time is in advance of trial.
Okay.
Did you say that's Federal Rule of Civil Procedure 26?
Rule 26. And then
It's been a long time.
No, I've done civil cases with the federal, and the thing that you have to be careful about is, if it's not in that disclosure, you cannot testify.
That's right.
Unless the defense opens the door.
Has to be there,
See, that's
yes.
the thing, Texas has the most wide open direct and cross-examination rule, or cross-examination rules, that is. So, I mean, there are some states where you can't cross on any issue not brought up on direct, or you can't redirect if it's not brought up on cross, and we've always been pretty, you can do whatever you want to do.
I haven't been caught in one federal case. It doesn't happen again. It hasn't happened since.
Right.
And then the one question I do have for the commission is if you have a sense of the timeline of the hair review that you're conducting right now, would it be another year, another 6 months?
Or at least a year. I just can't, I mean, it's so many, it's just, we have 250 positive probative associations that we're trying to get transcripts on. And then each one of those has to be analyzed. Now, there may not be convictions on all of those, which will reduce the numbers way down. But still, I mean, it's a lot of transcripts, so I think it's gonna be at least a year.
Okay.
They meet every other month, and they work in between, but they all have day jobs too, so, yeah, I think it'll be a year anyway. But I think the results will get released as transcripts are reviewed. And then at the end, there'll be a report that incorporates the types of things you're talking about, like the educational moments that we've been referring to, and the, you know, try to stay away from these danger zones or whatever, or the comments on how lawyers have to take some responsibility for the way they ask questions too. That stuff's all gonna go in that final report. But I think the results of the transcript reviews will be rolling and come before the commission every time. I think that's the way I mean, Dr. Eisenberg, does that sound?
Sounds fine, yeah.
So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
If there are no other points, we can adjourn.
I move we adjourn.
Second.
Aye?
This is shortest.